أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين اللهم اجعل منهم سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وعملا متقبلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. We start as we always do, first and foremost by thanking Allah, mentioning Him, praising Him, asking Him to bless, protect, honor, and compliment our beloved Prophet, our messenger, our role model, Muhammad Rasulullah, his family, friends, companions, everyone that follows the way until the end of time. Allah include us from amongst them. Wallah, you are so perfect. We have no knowledge except for what you have taught us. So teach us those things that are beneficial to us. Allow us to benefit from what you have taught us. Increase us in beneficial knowledge and accepted actions. Wallah, do not allow our hearts to deviate after you have graciously guided our hearts and bestow upon us and gift us a special blessed compassion and care specifically from you, because you are the best of gift givers. Ameen. Alhamdulillah, as we start a new year, we are going to be doing a lot of reading in this class. The good thing about our book here, which is, you have this book? I still didn't give you this book this year? I saw these in the other room. Okay, I'll make sure. Yeah. Okay, so we'll. I saw you picked up all your books from 104, right? Okay. We won't read from here anyways today. So yeah, we'll go over that text specifically once we started. Actually, the mulakhis of this book. So I guess might as well go over it. So this text is Al-Aqidah al-Tahawiyya, meaning the text written by Imam al-Tahawi. That's number one. Number two, there's a commentary on it by Ibn Abi al-Is al-Hanafi. And we'll go slightly more into detail about all these people once we go through the book itself. He's actually one of the students of Ibn Taymiyyah. So he calls himself al-Hanafi, but he is in at least Aqidah very much Athari, very much Hanbali in that sense. Which is why it's interesting that this talkhis was done on this, because the mulakhis is from Jamia al-Ulum al-Islamiyya, which is basically Jamia Binori town. This is where most of the teachers of Jamia Binori al-Alamiyya, this is where Sheikh Nawan studied, where Sheikh Abdul Nasir Jangda studied. Their teachers graduated from here. And our mulakhis here, who was the Sheikh al-Hadith Muhammad Anwar Badakhshani, he literally just passed away like 2-3 weeks ago. He's very well known for almost every madrasa book. He has a talkhis or a tasheel. So he's done like summaries or making things slightly easier for just about every single madrasa book. But we'll get into those details when we get there.
If the mulakhis is by someone else, not by it's a mulakhis of Ibn.
Yeah, so like basically a summary was done by an author who just passed away.
Can you elaborate on the difference? If there's any, when we're talking about mulakhis, usually we get that plus what is the difference between all those?
So yeah, very good question. So a mukhtasar, and usually all those terms is they refer to the person themselves is writing a shorter work. Like, well, as we say, Mukhtasar al-Quduri, it's not like somebody went through and shortened it. This is just the bare bones basic, right? Whereas the talkhis here is our mulakhis, Muhammad Anwar Badakhshani. He said, I'm going to take this and basically take the snippets I want. So somebody else did like a summary, basically.
Like, so like, how would you characterize the difference between like a mulakhis versus
Mukhtasar is the author themselves
Uh-huh.
just writes a shorter work. And then a talkhis is somebody takes a larger work and then summarizes it. So in the process of
It's more about
talkhis,
the author.
yeah, it's more about the work done. Yeah, the work done. The mulakhis is not the author. Yeah,
It's more about the author, not the
yeah,
work that's.
yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Alrighty. Zainab, did you get this book on Tuesday? Or do you just have the English one?
I just got the English one.
Just got the English one? Okay, no problem. Again, that's totally fine for today. We won't start that book for a couple of days anyway. Alrighty. If you both go to our Google Doc, there is a very short, brief quiz in there. It's really not even a quiz. There's basically one grammar question and just trying to get an idea of what you have covered, what you do have some information on or not. It should literally take like 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Right, Arabic?
Yeah. I don't mind. If you have questions on this one, I don't mind answering any of them.
The last one, Hashwiyya.
Yeah, Hashawiyya. Um, okay, let's just get into it. So before we get started in our book and actually start covering this summarized commentary of Al-Aqidah al-Tahawiyya, there's just a couple other things I would like to read first, just to give us the background, because Al-Aqidah al-Tahawiyya itself is very, very, very simple. It is something that pretty much all the schools, all the madhahib of Aqidah will agree to. However, because this is then a sharh on top of it by a Athari, and then a talkhis by a Deobandi Maturidi, he will bring up those other points, which is why I like it, because in one sense, this book is very confusing and kind of a mixture of contradicting things as the author and the mulakhis kind of go back and forth. But I think that's good, because at this level, I don't think we necessarily need Aqidah al-Tahawiyya itself. You've done Kitab al-Iman from Mishkat al-Masabih, so you have all the basic tenets of Iman already, right? So that's why I prefer this book over just the actual Tahawiyya itself, because I basically use this text to basically teach comparative theology, comparative Aqidah. With that being said, there are a couple of things we need to know before that is, what is Aqidah? What is the point of an Aqidah, number one? And number two, you may have heard all these names thrown around of Atharis and Ash'aris and Maturidis and the like, without getting who are they, where did they come from, why do they exist, how do they or do they not relate to the theological the fiqh schools, the four schools of Islamic law. The first thing we'll read is the first article in there, which is some reflections on Aqidah by Sheikh Dr. Akram al-Nadwi. And because you'll have him for a whole week next week, we can do a brief overview about him. Also, something that Aisha reminded me of is, this is my first time where my class, or I guess you call it full circle, I taught Zayd in year one. This is the first time, that was my first time teaching year one. Now it's my first time somebody that I taught year one to is now in my year four class. You have the article up on your thing? It's just the first one, some reflections on Aqidah. Just a little bit of background about him. Sheikh Akram, Hafidahullah, may Allah bless him, honor him, and preserve him. I'm giving you this primer so it's not as much of a shock next week. He is very much a very strong, devout, very, very opinionated scholar who can very much back it up. And so that's why many people do not necessarily like him, because a lot of times he goes against the grain. A lot of times his thinking is a little bit outside of the box. A lot of the times he doesn't have standard opinions, because he is basically, in a very simply put, he does a lot of his own ijtihad. Perhaps why he gets criticized for that is, A, he's a bit more public about his differences. And number two, when he speaks, his speaking is not the way he writes. When he writes prolifically, like every single day he writes something in Arabic, English, or Urdu. If you go on his Telegram, like right now, every day he's in Houston, he's writing like a blog. When he'll be here, he's gonna write a blog like every single day. And so he's very public about that. And so if you compare some of his differences, some of his, as we would say, tafarrudat, where he himself has his own opinion, every giant scholar on earth is the same. Mufti Taqi Uthmani, if what he wrote in his Arabic works were little Urdu articles, he would get blasted just as hard, right? Like Mufti Taqi Uthmani, he says, you know what, you can pray the two sunnah before Maghrib, things like that. He does say, Hanafis have never said that you have bay'ul khiyal, meaning after a transaction is done, you purchased the item, there was ijab and qabul. Before you leave, you have the option of basically not canceling, but canceling, not returning the item, right? Hanafis have never allowed that, but he allows that. So there's multiple things where Mufti Taqi Uthmani himself, Hafidhahullah, has again these tafarrudat, has his own, one-off opinions. Sheikh Yunus Jaunpuri as well, but they don't get called out for it because they're a bit more calm and they're a bit more quiet about these things. Where Sheikh Akram is very big and bold, and he lives in America, in the West and all that. So he does get a lot more criticism for that. And lastly, he is just very, 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 big on understanding and taking hadith the way the early scholars of hadith did it. So he doesn't like all of the latter day, hadith talkhises and mukhtasars and like Ibn Hajar, who kind of re-summarized, and he's just like, let's just study hadith the way Bukhari and Muslim and Tirmidhi intended it, right? Which that's a very great approach. There's nothing wrong with that. But then in Europe, people are the wrong way because like, oh, well, Sunan Abu Dawud is filled with a lot of weak narrations, and Nasai filled with a lot of weak, or Ibn Majah, so he very much doesn't like anything that is potentially weak. He very much sticks to Bukhari and Muslim in a lot of the things that he does, out of his love and reverence and trust in those sources. So this is just a brief overview of he is a very knowledgeable, extremely knowledgeable person, and sometimes his tafarrudat are shocking simply because when he speaks, he doesn't give you any of that nuance. He'll like the most complicated mas'ala. He'll just be like, yeah, I don't know why the people they say this, it's so dumb, and then he'll just move on. Something that would take an entire book to explain, like 3 seconds, like, yeah, you don't need it, right? Or he'll say like, yeah, you don't need tafsir, just read the Quran. And his point isn't you don't need tafsir. His point is people study tafsir as opposed to studying the Quran. Like they make their focus what is Tabari saying as opposed to what is Allah saying, right? As opposed to use the language and the principles Tabari is giving you to better understand the Quran. But anyways, just to give you some of that background, so you don't get shock next week. But again, very, very much, learn from him and benefit from him. He has a commentary on Sahih Muslim, and his manhaj in there is how and why did Imam Muslim write this work the way he did it. Everyone else, their books are what does the hadith mean, what's the fiqh behind the hadith and the like. He does that as well, but he's very much on the hadith methodology, and so really he's probably one of the best, if not the best person on earth to teach the introduction to Sahih Muslim next week. And don't take it from me, your teacher on Wednesday, Sheikh Omar Khan, has been a regular student of his for, I don't know, like 7-10 years or something like that. Okay, now just a little bit of intro. And one last thing, he doesn't like Aqidah because he's just like, it tears apart the Muslim community. You think you're this, and you think you're this, you think you're this, you think you're this. He prefers using terms like Iman and the like. We all believe in Allah, we all believe in the angels and the like. Despite that, he is very, very, very athari. He is very much like Ibn Taymiyyah in Aqidah. And again, that difference of what does it mean to be Ibn Taymiyyah in Aqidah, what does it mean to be athari, we'll cover all of that in detail. Okay, some reflections on Aqidah. Readers, who wants to go? English. Go ahead.
Knowing the exalted Lord by becoming that from midweek.
But which one are you reading?
Oh wait, isn't that the first one?
In the under our class today, under September 5th.
Meaning SD, yeah.
Yeah, SD man, some reflection on Aqidah. SD man is Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Akram Nadwi. So you'll see that when I bring him up, you'll find that.
Some reflections on Aqidah. A creed is a special kind of formal statement of religious belief or collection of such statements. A very good and justly famous creed amongst the Sunnis is the document known as Al-Aqidah al-Tahawiyah. I will be discussing it at some length. First, I wish to clarify the framework in which I will present that discussion. A person might utter a collection of statements about what he or she believes, but this would not amount to something to which we apply the term creed in a technical sense. What distinguishes a creed is that it is a collection of the belief statements of a group of religious believers. It is a collective statement, not a personal one. Moreover, a creed is a competitive statement of beliefs. Its function is to distinguish one group from another. A creed is accordingly a statement that is primarily addressed not to God or to his recording angels, but to our fellow believers.
And so he's going to continue to define creed. When we talk about aqidah, he's saying nobody wrote a book of aqidah to highlight to Allah, what do I believe? Right? The point is, what do we believe as opposed to you? Right? That is the point of an aqidah. And that's not his terminology. That's why aqidah books were written. When the Mu'tazila wrote it, who were the first kind of faction to formulate, also the Jahmiyyah, they came, this is what we believe as opposed to you. And the response is, this is what we believe rightfully as opposed to you.
This function and direction of address carry the implication that one creed is better or truer than that of another group. In most cases, a creed is composed primarily in order to correct and challenge the beliefs that identify another group. In most cases, differences between groups become formalized through their creeds into divisions, which thereafter may also find expression in social and political divisions. As we will see, many of the statements in an Aqidah Tahawiyya are formulated very precisely as a refutation of what, according to the settled consensus of the Sunnis, are heretical tendencies in the belief statements of various groupings that arose and infested different parts of the Muslim community at that time. Some of those groupings were small, some were numerically significant, some have died out, some have adapted and altered and survived as various splinter groups.
Right. So on a point, on the latter points he mentions there, did Sheikh Farhan kind of go through, or did you read through kind of a lot of those groups that were mentioned of like Mu'tazila and Karramiyya and Jahmiyya and different Shia? Did you guys go through any little bit on that? Did they come up?
Like in personal readings, I think in class, Mu'tazila, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's something to keep in mind where sometimes we will, in reading, it will come up in this book as well. He's going to bring up the Murji'ah, he's going to bring up the Khawarij, and he's going to bring up the Mu'tazila, he's going to bring up the Karramiyya. Most of Aqidah till today is still stuck in that past world. I don't mean that in a bad way, wherein they're arguing with groups and people that no longer exist, right? Like even today, Mu'tazila don't really exist unless you legitimately go to like Ummah, right? And even then, they're very much stick to themselves, and they don't, they're not doing da'wah, they're not preaching their own thing to like the rest of the world and the like, as opposed to Sunni and Shia, right? That's much more prolific in discussion, right? And aside from the Mu'tazila, literally nobody else. Karramiyya don't exist. Khawarij don't really exist. The Jahmiyya don't exist. Like the Jabariyya, Qadariyya, they do not exist, right? And so keep that in mind as we go through these discussions. When these names and groups come up, these are like past discussions that are basically like long gone and dead. And because many of them are very fringe, very outside of the Sunnah, there's not really much benefit that we're getting from them. As opposed to, for example, okay, we have Abu Hanifa, we have Imam Malik, we have Shafi'i, we have Ahmad. We also have Sufyan al-Thawri, we also have Sufyan ibn Uyayna, you also have Ibn Abi Layla, you also have Layth, you also have the other fuqaha from the Salaf, but they are very much agreeable, viable, fuqaha in scholars, to which we can benefit from in our discussions today about any modern issues that come up. If there's an opinion that we need outside of the four schools and they have it, by all means, that is open to take. Whereas going to any of these other groups that are dead, they're either going to say the same thing or they're going to say something heretical, something that is not appropriate to believe in.
The function of creeds let me repeat, is to distinguish one group of believers from another. That is not usually clearly evident from the content of the statements that make up the creed. Nevertheless, as soon as we look closely at the detail of the wording and formulations used and inform ourselves about the historical context, we can be sure that a creed is a document of sectarian religious identity. Its purpose is to encourage belonging to one sect and reject belonging to any one or more other sects.
Continue.
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, of course.
So, I actually brought this up last year. I was particularly curious, given all of these, any science, right, that you want to study, spend your entire life to study, whether it's Quran, whether it's other things.
Yeah.
Like you talked about when you talk about various, theological differences or Aqidah differences, the most prevalent today is various sects of, for example, Shiism, and for example, like the Ismailis or even that, all that are like extremely prominent in certain groups, especially in prisons. Like that's where I've encountered a lot of them. And I just always had this question that more like personal study I want to do after seminary, but like I want to delve into like different parts of Shiism, and this kind of connects like the whole Hadramawt thing because they kind of bridge the tradition in a manner that makes sense, where they preserve and authentically abide by Sunnism, but they actually still have remnants of, for example, like the Khatam, I'm not using that, like the Dua, which is, I found that in the Shia books, not any Sunni sources. So I was just curious, like, are we going to delve into any of that? Especially given there's such a difference in the various sects. I think some other teachers I've heard have talked about this question that I've had, which is like, how is, from a fiqh perspective, not as a theological, there's some theological differences. How is Shiism so different from Hanafism, like from Hanafism when Ja'far was a teacher, right? Like questions like that. Are we gonna get into that?
For the most part, no. They're going to come up very briefly, 2 or 3 times in the entire book. But how the book is presented, and at least how I've taught it, basically we're going to talk about 4 schools: the Mu'tazila, Ash'aris, Maturidis, and Atharis. So that's going to be our primary thing, and how they differ. Definitely, if on those sections, we can definitely. I'm happy to dive more.
Again, if you have like readings, even if they're like outside of class time, but I feel like these are things that you should do with it.
Yeah, definitely.
It would be extremely helpful. Only if I could think of. Yeah, I think those are the
Yeah, of course, definitely. And again, there's 2 of you, and so and this class is usually, once you get to your further class, is usually small. So I'm happy to cater to whatever and however you want to do it. So for just to give you a glimpse, this book, our author here, literally in the beginning, is like, atheism. Nobody's ever talked about atheism. Existence of a God is just musallam. Everybody accepts it. Let's move on, right? That works with some classes. That doesn't work with all classes. So I'm happy to read through, for example, the Divine Reality, which is like a 12-chapter book in Dr. Hamza Torsi's, is everything on atheism, right? But if you're like, listen, that's not something we need, it's fine. We don't even need to cover it, right? So however much we want to delve into things, I'm happy to do the extra tangents in whatever direction.
No, because I'm asking because I saw the class outline. I'm like, wait, this is not just how this is amazing, because like, especially today, I'm mainly agnostic, or even amongst Muslims. Right? Like, how many Muslims have I encountered who are like, yeah, I mean, like, we read the Quran, all of this. And like, I agree it's divine, but at the same time, I don't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because of certain hadith that they have problems with. The point was, when it comes to studying, for example, anything related to Shiism, one of the points and these are also new teachers, right, that I've heard this from, that I look up to. They were saying there's a very big difference between reading works written about the Shia as opposed to reading their works.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Once you start studying even Aqidah, you're going to miss that. Right? Or fiqh or anything like that. And I think most of, at least, for example, the publications available, I haven't dove deep into them, but like, Sheikh Abu Hassan al-Nadwi has written stuff. A lot of the Lebanese scholars have written stuff. A lot of Turkish scholars have written stuff. But like within one page to one chapter, it almost feels like some of the claims can be debunked. Because they're like so explicit in painting a generalization that like the second that statement is made, you're like, oh, okay, like I already know this isn't true
Mhm.
about certain groups, right?
Yeah.
So just stuff like that, like learning how to navigate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And even in our book, and like you said, in any book you read, never trust or accept the depiction of the interlocutor, of the opposing argument, uh, of whatever you're reading, right? Um, uh, even in our books of Hanafi fiqh, they'll say Shafi'i says this, Malik says this is why, this is their evidence, this is why they're wrong, this is why we're right. Something to know about the Hanafi tradition itself, this is more so for Hanafi fiqh, is that sometimes they do that not even to bring up the other school. They're just trying to bring up what is a possible common objection to this. Like, I don't care if this opinion exists or not. I'm just going to give a name, I'm just going to name it to somebody so I can argue this point, right? Because Hanafi fiqh is very argumentative, is very, what is the rule? How do we get to the conclusion? And so I could conclude A, I could conclude B. I'm saying A, whatever. Malik said B, even if he didn't. So I can argue this point and prove why A is more correct than B. So sometimes the attributions are, it's not even like they're genuinely incorrect. Sometimes it's not meant to be a correct attribution. It's just meant for the purpose of argumentation. That's like how you bring up a counter argument in a paper. And especially in any works of aqidah and the like. Never trust your interlocutor. Never ever trust what your author is saying about an opposing or an opposite group. And another thing to keep in mind is when scholars write about different groups and all of that, they are most likely writing from their experience and their paradigm, right? So, for example, when the Deobandis, or not even that, when people from like, North India write about Shia, it's the Shia they're dealing with, right? As opposed to when scholars of Afghanistan write about it, it's the Shias they're dealing with, as opposed to it's a whole other world when the scholars of Iraq are writing about Shia, which is a whole other kind of group about Shia and the like. And even their subtle arguments against that which is most common to them. Like sometimes Mufti Shafi' in his Tafsir Ma'arif al-Quran will just always have just subtle points against the Brailwis. In a public setting, he'll just be like, listen, they're a different group, we're all Muslim, and at the end of the day, we should live peacefully. But then in his writings, that's something he's systematically trying to deal with. Just like, in today's day and age, even if we're talking about the most generic thing, we should be, always subtly having direct attacks at atheism, because that is the underlying notion amongst many people, if not the obvious notion of many people. Right? That's the realm we live in, and we need to be subtly / explicitly, targeting that.
You have to like validate, obviously, other necessarily points of view. Because some people can try to do that, right? Full friendliness, ideology, and stuff like that. Well, everybody's like on the hunt.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to find a true objective source of understanding these things.
Yeah.
Given how prevalent they are.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. If we do find things, I'll definitely bring them up.
Okay. Giving immoderate attention to having a creed necessarily leads to giving immoderate attention to belonging to a group. Saying and doing things in ways that prove to yourself and others that you belong to this group rather than another. If this happens, it does so always at the expense of really believing what the creed claims to believe, and at the expense of allowing that real belief to guide and mold your conscience and behavior. To some degree, belonging becomes more important than believing. Believing or saying and showing to others that you believe becomes the means of belonging, whereas obviously it's supposed to be the other way around.
And a fiqh example of this would be, for example, in different masajid, people might be saying Ameen out loud, they might be saying Ameen quietly, right? And the fiqh ruling for Hanafi is that you say it quietly, right? The person that chooses to say it quietly or chooses to say it out loud, they can definitely have, I have studied Hanafi fiqh or have studied Shafi'i fiqh, right? The point shouldn't be I need to express my Hanafiness or my Shafi'iness. The point should be I have studied this, and this is what I rely on to tell me that the Prophet ﷺ did it like this. That's why I'm doing it like this. As opposed to me being Hanafi in of being Hanafi. It's I trust the Hanafi school and the Hanafi opinion of Abu Hanifa to as a intermediary between me and what the Prophet ﷺ did. So getting at the root of why do I do what I do? Do I simply believe it because Tahawi told me, right? Or do I believe it because he told me he is my authority to explain to me what the companions would have believed, right? So changing it from, I'm a Sunni versus I am doing my best to follow what the Sahaba did through this school, right? And so it changes the school being the objective versus the school being a medium or a vehicle to getting to what would the Prophet ﷺ and the companions would have done.
That's an important point, but how do you navigate that in terms of like internally, that? But when you're living in kind of an non-Methodist world, the vast majority, people depending on where you go, or at least a lot more appreciation for that. Like there's definitely been times, and I feel like this is more prevalent when like you're in an imam type position, where like, for example, you're traveling and then you're lead, but the Hanafis are the only ones that don't combine.
Yeah.
And like I've been in this situation so many times where they're like, why don't you lead? And then it's like you don't have 30 minutes to be like, this is what the Sahaba did. Like, all right, so you're just like, well, now I'm kind of revisiting that approach in terms of being like, oh no, like why don't you lead? There are teachers who say like you can, if you follow by the wudu and the sun rules of the Shafis or elsewhere, you can take there. Which I feel like is a better approach now because it results in less division. Like if you know everybody's combining, why would you as the imam be the one person who chooses not to combine? Like even if that is your personal opinion, I'm curious to get your thoughts. Like how do you navigate that when like, I mean, I've seen, like I've experienced many times that it's resulted in people being like, oh, more aversion to the Hanafi school or more aversion to like fiqh-based schools because they're like, look, he's just following, now Hanifa, 7 propositions. And that's like a longer thing, I know, but
have you heard that where people say you're following Abu Hanifa as opposed to the Prophet? Wow.
It happens a lot. Like, and this thing is like it's not directly standing. I've seen it happen to me. I've seen it happen to other. You're talking about going into masajid, or even like when you're leaving, for example, if you're traveling for a wedding, and somebody's like, "Oh, you should move forward." You got like 200 people in the room. Of course, you're gonna get 10 or 15 people who are like, "No, I only do Quran."
Yeah. Honestly, for me, if there are with just the mujarrad of leading salah, it doesn't really come up. But for me, I'll usually try to cover all my bases or keep a gauge of the audience and the like. So for like a very small example, when I used to live in Culver City, so I used to go to the King Fahd Masjid a lot. I'll just give iqamah there the Shafi'i, the shorter way. I'm just like, I lead salah here, I give khutbah here. So somebody's gonna come and tell me something, and I know Sheikh Ahsan has given a khutbah about somebody getting called out for doing iqamah like the Hanafi way. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I was like, I don't want him to go through that. I'll just, do it. So things like that where I would say they're very minor. By all means, I'll definitely, go and do that. For combining, if I sense some kind of hesitation, I'll have no problem just saying, you lead and I'll just pray behind you. I'll just do my sunnah. Right? Where I can still hold what I find, generally speaking, to be what I'm more comfortable with, without it being, all right, you guys go do this, you guys go do this,
I'm saying like in that position where you're the imam and you're the primary imam of that congregation, because when we try that, it's just like, the question is, why would I lead? Why wouldn't you continue to lead? And then it just turns into like a weird, uncomfortable thing. But I guess like it's probably a bigger question of like, I've had teachers who say no, unless in cases of extreme necessity, stick to your method. And then others who have said no, as long as you're following, and you've studied and you know the account of other method, that's fine. Go ahead and like do it. So
yeah, definitely the latter I have no problem with. In general, meaning if for this time, for this circumstance, I'm going to do something else, I don't mind that. I think it definitely should be principled though. But what personally for me, what I give priority to, what is the way that I can do what will make everybody okay, but I can still stick to my principles. So if everybody wants to combine, right, and I'm getting pushback for not wanting to lead, I feel like in that scenario, I'll just leave. I'll just like, listen, I can pray my nafil. You can all pray your fard behind me, no problem.
Yeah.
If they are okay combining,
Yeah.
then the default assumption is that they're not Hanafi, or there would be okay taking the I can pray a fard behind somebody praying nafil, right?
Meaning it's not open to find people either. They're not.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem is you get into this gray area where probably most of them are, they just don't know.
But then see, at that point, that technicality of theirs is an assumption made on their part that something they actually believe in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So in that case, like, listen, that opinion is valid enough. You can take it, no problem. Right. Basically, you're giving them a fatwa implicitly on the spot. Right.
That makes sense. I feel like we like figure out how to navigate that so much. Maybe because most of us aren't in that position usually, but I feel like it's happening. By the time you start doing like if you're like something with any sort or like in the forefront of any sort, you have to learn how to navigate like you're in a mixed crowd of like four different potential 50 ideologies, but one tends to be more vocal.
Yeah. And everything, right? Just use wisdom. And honestly, that approach is coming from me, who this is theoretical. I haven't never had to do it. The only time I would combine would be if I have ghalabatul dhann that I will miss the prayer.
But is there any problem with just like instead of praying up, just taking the Shafi'i approach?
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm saying for me, yeah, but it's like, what do you like? How are you doing wudu that's not meeting the Shafi'i?
Probably the intention part of it, but that's a different.
Sure, right. But for that's because, yeah. So like for Sheikh Farhan, Sheikh Zayd, both have the Hanafis teachers that I do combine.
Yeah.
Right. So like, yeah.
Okay. And also it is a valid position, isn't it? In some of
technically, I haven't found it in the classical Hanafi school, but like, there's something Sheikh Akram gets called out for. He's like, why are you calling me out? Sheikh Abdul Fattah Abu Ghudda, he combined. Sheikh Yunus Jaunpuri, who's the previous Sheikh al-Hadith of Mawahib al-Ulu, like as Deobandi as you can get, like he combines from their own ijtihad. Yeah. They're like, don't tell me about it, go tell them.
No, and that's why like I'm forgiving for sidetracking, but like as we're talking about how like yes, this is a Tanam or like Aqidah class, but like I'm also navigating this in the context of just like navigating differences in opinion, whether it's like theological or just like how do you create unity?
Yeah. And then one last example, I remember I went to the Claremont Masjid, and the guy was like, I had a program there after Isha, like, can you do qunut? I was like, no, it's okay. I'm a Hanafi. I don't do it. I only do it in Fajr. He's like, no, it's okay. The Prophet wouldn't do it. I was like, okay, you lead. He was like, no, you lead. So I was like, and this was literally like, it was already time for Iqama. I was like, dude, I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you about it. So I did it. Then after I was like, as a Hanafi, I don't do it. And my talk that night was on doing taysir and not doing ta'sir. So I literally gave it as an example. I was like, here, I could have made a big deal about it, but this is something so minor. And there's most likely this is a mistake in some Hanafi books. It's attributed that you can do it in all Jahri Salah, do Qunut and Nazila. No, in Maghrib or Isha. Qunut and Nazila. That you can do any out loud salah, any out loud salah.
Actually, I don't remember doing an asr
There are some schools that I'm forgetting which one that say you can do it in all five or every prayer. But I think the standard Hanbali one I think is that you do it in any out loud prayer. So Fajr, Maghrib, Isha, and Jumu'ah. So it's those things where it's like, what am I comfortable leaving the school in, and what am I not comfortable leaving the school in, right? And just getting, familiar with those things.
I feel like the most common situations that come into are traveling, right? Combining. I've never had the Adhan issue, but like I could see like, or like they call it a shift. Leon in particular outside of Ramadan.
Hmm.
Kind of big position on that.
But see, I feel like that you can just say it's a one-time thing, you know.
Yeah,
You can-
there are times when then it becomes like a regular like thing, but that's a side thing. That and then like the order in which, for example, you do the
Mm.
and stuff like that, which you know like very regular scenarios.
Yeah.
And so
I think, so again for the Jumu'ah, I think I just like whatever the people want me to do.
Yeah.
I'm fine either way, you know. And so that's why I'm just kind of being principled in your own self. Like, what am I comfortable doing? What am I not comfortable doing? And where am I going to draw the line? And where am I going to make exceptions?
yeah, no, I like your approach though. Like we never taught it that way. We kind of taught it from like a rigid point of view where it's like, and this is beliefs, you stick to it. That's like 90% of what we learn. Then you might hear some exceptions where it's like, oh, okay, we can adopt another viewpoint.
Yeah, I remember Sheikh Abdullah was telling us that at Amja, one of a local imam who's Hanbali was asking. I forgot who he was, but again, one of the heads of Amja. It's like, I wipe over my cotton socks at my masjid, and I'm the imam. Can you give me some dalils that I can tell to my Hanafi congregants as to why it's okay? He just like in the one of the leaders of Amja just said, do what your congregation is comfortable with. You don't need no dalil. Basically tell them don't do that. Like, what haraj is it on you to literally go either wear leather socks or go like 2 minutes? You're already the imam there. Go and wash your feet to like it's not like you're doing something so difficult that your congregation is asking you something so ridiculous, But like things like that, just keeping in mind of what yeah.
If immoderate attention is given to having a creed, it always encourages dissension with other groups with different creeds. It generates intolerance. It leads to the different groups criticizing each other, refusing to do things together, refusing to mix. The reason for that is the basic fact I mentioned at the beginning, namely that a creed is essentially competitive, essentially a group identification device, a device for differentiating the other groups from the groups that others are in. That in turn leads to forgetting what the groups have in common or considering what they have in common to be unimportant compared to what differentiates them. The habit of dissension can become so ingrained that the groups are unable to come together even to defend themselves from a common enemy. In the most extreme cases where dissension has generated an abiding hatred, we may find these groups preferring to side with the common enemy rather than with the competitive groups.
And again, this is, I don't know if I necessarily like, these are the things we agree to, these are the things we don't agree to kind of approach. But I think in general, just having some kind of a mindset of, listen, at the end of the day, we are very, very, very similar, right? In the sense of, sometimes there's, a lot of, Deobandi versus like Salafi beef. But at the same time, you look at the world, these are the two groups that if you talk about like Sunnah and following the Sunnah and adhering to like the Sunnah, the Zawaid of the Prophet Sallallahu they're the two groups that are going to be the most gung-ho about it, right? And when they talk about the Prophet Sallallahu you can tell there's like they're speaking from their heart, like just focus on that, there's no need to always be in an argumentative mode. I'm not saying there isn't a time and a place for that. There definitely is. There's an academic setting, which is what this class is, but that doesn't need to be brought up in every single scenario. Also, we're on the article under September 5th, SD Man, some reflections on Aqidah. It's in our Google Doc. Oh, might be able to see it. You want me to put it on this TV? Actually, if it's not already on there. Is the TV on? Fraz, if you just rub the side panel, I think the bottom button, bottom or top button. Maybe the top button. Is it plugged in? Yeah, that TV is plugged in, right? There we go. Sometimes it doesn't split into that. Well, it's not even plugged in. We'll try this. If it works, it works. If not, just pull it up on your. Oh, they took out the splitter. Yeah, never mind. They took out the splitter. Just pull it up on the
Is it in the group chat?
the Google Doc is in the group chat. And then if you go under class 0, September 5th, look here on the Google Doc. If you go to September 5th. Yeah. And we're on the confusion.
The confusion of means and ends leads to a shift in priorities. Belonging becomes more important, more pressing than believing. The same confusion leads to another shift in priorities. Competing with another group becomes more important, more urgent than understanding and practicing according to the creed of one's own. Because the actual beliefs lose their importance, the beliefs that the groups have in common also lose their importance. The practical result is that the group's competition with and rejection of each other becomes more intense, more uncivil, more accusations of heresy and unbelief are exchanged. The intensity of competition is then justified by a more intense belonging, a belonging even further removed from real believing. More intense assertion that we are completely in the right and they are completely in the wrong. The habits of mind and disposition that such behavior produces eventually leads to splits within the group and the formation of splinter parties who do things slightly differently from the main group.
Yeah, and this is also a ridiculous thing where it's like you split yourself off from the main jama'ah because you have your own group. And then 2 senior people in that group now have a new difference in this. Now you just made 2 new groups, right? And then this is like a constant splitting and fracturing that occurs.
Then, by the same process as before, the splinter parties build up a distinct identity and become groups in their own right, now competing more intensely with the parent group than with either the other groups they used to compete with.
And that's another important thing to realize, that many times the people in the group that you're arguing the hardest against is those that are the most similar to you, right? As opposed to those that are, more different than you. For example, when Atharis, when they talk about, Ahlul Kalam, like, yeah, Mu'tazilis, Ash'aris, Maturidis, yeah, you're all kind of the same, whatever, we don't really care, right? But then you look at who are the most staunch argumentators against the Mu'tazilis, it's really just the Ash'aris. That's because in some sense they are the closest to them. That's not a diss of them, but they start off from the same place, and so they are the most harsh against them and the like. And you find that in, all these groups around the world, that you are the most harsh against those people that you are in reality the closest to, because it's this fight to be different than them.
Process I have just discussed is the process of ever-increasing and widening breakup of the community, of ever-increasing political and moral ineffectiveness in the world. The scores of different groups are too preoccupied with holding on to their own identity to have any space left in their hearts and minds to deal effectively with the problems they face in the world. The situation can only be remedied by making a sustained effort to make believing more important in our attitudes and actions than belonging. There is no way of doing this other than to identify the core of what we believe and identify primarily with that core, rather than emphasizing elements that identify the particular group that we belong to. All kinds of group belonging, just like all material possessions, are left behind at death. Whatever function or usefulness they may have had in the here and now, they cease to have beyond death and the hereafter. Whatever answers we would want to give after death to secure our eternal well-being, those are the matters, the formulations that constitute the core of what we really believe. Remembering that core of beliefs also helps us to remember what we have in common across the different groups, and it helps us not to exaggerate the importance of what makes them different. The first stage in taking this remedial action is to remind ourselves of this simple fact. No matter how impressive the qualities of this or that great Islamic scholar or this or that great Sufi saint, the strength and energy and blessing that we can get from being attached to them are nothing compared to the strength and energy and blessing that we can get from being attached to the one who created this universe and prepared it for habitation by human beings. The one who revealed his will and guidance in the book, and that he sent down on the heart of his chosen messengers like them, a heart that he purified and strengthened so that it could bear the weight of his revelation and embody that revelation in precepts and practices witnessed by the companions of Allah for over 20 years in the full range of circumstances that human beings face. Moreover, the one who created us and revealed the Quran and Sunnah has also assured that both are a mercy for mankind, not a burden. Both together are a guidance that suffices us to earn the recompense in the hereafter if we have the will to follow that guidance. God subhanahu wa ta'ala keeps his word. It is we who fail to keep our word to keep our lives in harmony with his word.
This is what we said before of using scholars and madhahib as a vehicle to obey Allah as opposed to a vehicle to be obeyed in and of themselves.
The second stage is to affirm and hold to this other simple fact that the promised recompense does not come to us before we formulated a belief statement in certain ways, but because we built our consciences and our intentions, did our acts of formal worship and our everyday acts in the world within the framework of the guidance sent down to us, with a steady conviction that the guidance is sufficient for the purpose for which it was sent down. In Surah Al-Hujurat, much of what is about courtesy as between the believers and God's messenger and between them and God has near the end this command addressed to God's messenger. Say, would you teach God your religion when God knows all that is in the heavens and all that is in the earth, and God is the knower of all things?
Like Allah doesn't need to know what your specific detailed beliefs of aqidah are. Allah told you what to believe in. The more you add on to it, are you trying to teach Allah what He didn't reveal to you that needs to be believed in about Him or not?
The second stage, in summary, is having the good manners and common decency not to claim to be able to teach God what our beliefs should be after He has taught us His guidance to Quran and Sunnah. The following verse, they make it a favor to you that they have surrendered. Say, do not consider your surrender a favor to me. No, indeed, rather God confers a favor on you and that He has led you to the faith if you are serious and sincere people.
يمنون عليك أن أسلموا قل لا تمنوا علي إسلامكم بل الله يمن عليكم أن هداكم للإيمان إن كنتم صادقين. Again, this point of I will believe in Allah on His terms, not on my terms.
The third stage is to affirm that God subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives those who seek His forgiveness. To affirm that it is to Him that we turn for help and guidance. It is to Him that we belong and to Him that we return when He wills. To affirm that it is under His supervision that we live and die, that we fail and succeed, that we sin and repent of our sin. And indeed, if we do earnestly repent that the sin led to a good that is most loved by God, namely repentance, and so the sin becomes in retrospect a good. That is our true human identity, our highest dignity and the true calling of Islam. That is to be creatures who will sin and who will seek forgiveness and who will be forgiven. All other identities, even one's identity as a Muslim, can sometimes get in the way of Islam, the full submission to God. That submission means thinking and believing that He and only He is God and enjoys the prerogative of final judgment on the worth of His creatures. On certain actions and statements defined explicitly as crimes, we can act individually and collectively to impose the appropriate penalties. But even then, we are not authorized to condemn the criminal outright, only to punish the act, nor is it permitted to relish and rejoice in the act of inflicting the penalty. We do not and cannot know what there is in the heart of that individual, which is nonetheless known to God, and many in His judgment suffice to save him hereafter, even if he must be sentenced for what he has done or said. The duty or care for others, including those in other groups than one's own, must have priority over the duty to give ruling, so that we are, so to speak, always unprepared and unwilling to pronounce anathemas against errors in belief or to call others heretics. For our normal behavior in respect of religious differences, there is sure safety in silence. There is sure reward for forbearance and patience. There is sure practical wisdom in saying, I cannot hold or utter an opinion in this matter, because my human judgment is always conditioned by the limitations of my intelligence, my information, and the horizons formed by my personal experience and culture. It is neither necessary nor polite to have opinions about everyone and everything. Better to say, they do that this way, we do that way, no matter, God knows best. Let's instead speak more of those things that we do the same way.
Right, and I don't know, maybe because we live in an environment with a lot of Christians that I don't like the last part too much, in some sense, to some degree. But definitely, the first part amongst Muslims, I think is very true and very valid. You know what? Like at the end of the day, I don't need to argue with you about everything. This is how you do it. This is how I do it. Allah's going to judge between us. If my ijtihad was wrong, my school was wrong, okay, no problem. I picked it sincerely. I thought about it. I thought, such school, such scholar was a valid intermediary and a valid authority to explain to me what Allah and the Prophet ﷺ wanted. That's why I followed them. And you followed somebody else because you thought they were the best authority to explain to you what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, revealed. And then that middle point, also very, 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 very important. I don't need to talk about people. I don't need to talk about other groups. Obviously, we're in an Aqidah class, So we will bring up groups because that is the subject matter of our class. In fiqh, it's the subject matter, or at least in when you cover Tirmidhi and as you covered in Mishkat, the subject matter is what are the ahkam of these hadith. And so in that situation, you will argue. Whereas you find people who they don't teach anything but everybody else is wrong. And really you find there was a quote from somebody that people that criticize more have the least amal, and people that don't really criticize anybody have the most amal. And you legitimately see that the people who every day, every week are posting, this group is wrong, this person said this person's a deviant, this group is this. Like, where is their attendance at the masjid? Where is their recitation of Quran? Where are they teaching people the right thing? It's non-existent. Whereas you who don't go into, well, this is deviant and that's wrong and this is a bid'ah, you find them and their cognites to be the most well-rounded and the most devout, even if they don't know the 17 different types of shirk. Like, but I pray properly and I pray every day and I pray at the masjid, even though I don't know what you may think are basic deviancies.
Yes. I think one of the modern day aversions to even like traditional Islam within Muslims is how there's a difference of opinion type thing that derails a lot of people, but it's also just how technical, right, a lot of it is. Is there anything amongst the contemporary scholars? So we know like people who live today, right, where they have a little bit of a grounded mindset. And they're like, look, last time I'm not trying to get you on the technicality. Yes, fiqh is extremely important. Sharia is really important. But until you get to that point, as long as you're actively in that process, right, trying to find out what's the best way of doing things, like don't like overthink it or overstress it. Is there like a mentality or mindset like you find in like the traditional scholars, like in their works that say that? As opposed to like how we grew up for 20, 30 plus years saying everything has to be done like with this minute detail, like okay, otherwise it's not accepted. Okay.
I don't know if we'll find anything explicit, but one reason why you won't find anything explicit is because they're writing in a technical subject, right? And so, for example, like do you all finish Quduri?
Yeah, most.
Right? Like in Quduri, he'll mention like, and you know, a male relative can see this much of his female relative. It's not telling you go look at that. Just saying, listen, that's there, right? It's legal. I remember like on the internet, somebody was criticizing, oh look, in your book of Islam, it has a ruling about somebody having, you know, intimacy with an animal. It's not saying it's allowed, it's saying this is the consequence of if you do that, right? And so there's a technicality to the law that will not address that, right? But perhaps where you can get that is the intra-madhahib differences. That if they themselves differed on the nuances of this point, they're basically saying, listen, there's a lot of leeway in this technicality. Like any which one of these things you do, it's okay.
Yeah, it's been with like non-Muslims, right? Like if Allah is telling you to pray, it's a very valid question. That like, why can't you just pray? I mean, there's people who say, why can't you pray the way that you want? No, the Prophet says, give us the way.
Yeah.
But like particularly for people who don't know, like what's the problem with them standing, you know, reading in English or holding, you know, translation and
for a non-Muslim?
Sorry, for like a Muslim who hasn't, you know, built that skill, doesn't really know the arkan yet, yes, they're learning. And I've heard teachers who say that's fine, right? Because like they don't know any better until they learn, right?
There, I would say that there's two things to consider. Those that do allow it in English are just taking the opinion of Abu Hanifa.
Yeah.
Abu Hanifa, at least at some point, there's a difference whether he did ruju or not. So you can pray in Farsi. The point there being, the Quran is meaning. And so if you convey the meaning and you say the meaning in whatever language, not just Farsi, then you have done the objective, right?
Yeah.
And so you can give him that. I think practically though, this is where you leave the technicality to get to another technicality, but you get the practicality. You forget the practicality, which is personally, I would very much steer away from that simply because I would rather them say basic Arabic phrases so that they start to learn Arabic, right? Because how many non-Muslims like, I've just been doing transliteration. I've just been doing the English. It's been 5 years. In 5 years, you didn't learn how to read Quran, right? Like, I would rather you go through the big burden of let's slowly get you to read Quran, and now you have that tool for the rest of your life, right? And right now, you just became Muslim. You got the energy, you got the zeal. 5 years later, you're not going to have that, right? And so I would say you went from a technicality to another technicality, but you forgot the practicality.
Isn't some people have that mental roadblock? Why does it have to be Arabic until they get to that point, right? Like, why does it have to feel so foreign to me in terms of my connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? As a Muslim,
Let's say
until they get to
just do one verse at a time, Arabic and English,
Yeah.
right? You just like, simplify it to that degree, right? Or just like right now, just do it, subhanallah, 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 whatever. And at the same time, you should be learning Arabic, right?
I was at the, if we have okay,
Yeah.
but like I was with Sheikh Jamal on Sunday. He was saying the story. They just came back from the trip with their teacher, Sheikh Mohammed, and they were talking about the Dawah trip that they did to Jamaica. It's the first time I've actually heard a formal teacher say this explicitly, which I aligned with, but like I feel like it's really important in how you teach Islam to Muslims and to non-Muslims. He was saying he was with his teacher, and they were in Jamaica, right? And so like there's a big like smoking culture there, there's a big weed culture there. And you're talking about like Sheikh Mohammed, who's like one of the foremost mashayikh, at least in tasawwuf in certain parts of it in his part of the world in Gambia. And he's standing on top of a mountain with a non-Muslim who's trying to learn about Islam, but like while he's smoking a joint, he's blowing the smoke in his face. Right? And so he's like standing with like a huge shade, and the other guy standing there, he's like smoking a joint over there. And he didn't say anything like the whole time. And so his students had asked him, they're like, did that not bother you? He's like, of course, like it did, right, internally. But if you don't know how to be lax with people, particularly whether they're Muslim or not, right? In terms of where they're at, in terms of their openness to learning about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his deen. And then he quoted he's like, they're not gonna be receptive, and then he quoted specifically Aisha who said that if the prohibitions came with the prohibition of alcohol, first none of us would have been able to withstand it. But that was just a point in terms of like all these minute differences that tend to derail people. Like sometimes it's a matter of finding ways to open opportunities for them.
But even that's a very beautiful point. But perhaps to broaden the scope of that, I would say even that is built off of knowing technicalities. That weed is very different than wine. Right? Somebody was actually smoking a joint. I probably, in this situation, I would probably not say anything. Somebody's got a bottle of alcohol, like, we're learning about God. Out of respect for him, you can drink it later. Right now, let's put it down.
That's an interesting point. I'm curious to ask him that, like in that case, because we know of specific narrations that relate to, for example, the angels don't come, like anything who sits on the same table. Right? That's like a very specific thing. That is interesting. I'm curious how, because the thing is so commonplace now. And you can literally be doing dawah, like, and somebody will just be like casually drinking like, beer or something like that. And they don't know any better. Not like intentionally being disrespectful. What's their norm?
But I feel like culturally, people have perhaps a notion of this is something serious, something important. I should be willing to put this aside for this moment.
Yeah, it's not always.
But I mean, you think like even if people do it, they realize there's an issue with me drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Right. Like there is a seriousness that I'm not going to be drinking in church. I'm not going to be drinking while I'm in court. Right. And so kind of like that respect sanctity thing, I would think amongst most people, like I'm doing something important. Whereas weed is just like everybody, yes. It's like some people, and again, knowing those technicalities of even if somebody says weed is haram, the darajat, the level, the category is very different than wine.
But how do you reconcile that, I guess, with the statement we just talked about with Aisha, which is specifically talking about alcohol? Like, yes, we're talking about the gradual implementation of Islam, so it wasn't prohibited then necessarily.
Yeah.
Right, but just the fundamental concept that they were so entrenched in something that was, going to be a big major sin, and the Prophet basically you know, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as a mercy, it was a gradual removal of it.
That's a very good point, and I've never found something satisfying. Like in the sense of, I don't think anybody would give a new Muslim a fatwa of you can keep drinking.
But see, this is where they don't give the fatwa. So I know teachers who, there are people who like,
They won't say anything.
no, basically, there's been people who basically come say like, I'm ready to accept Islam, but I'm not going to give up drinking, right? Or like even the famous stories of like, I'm not going to pray.
Yeah.
They give the Prophet the same request. They'd be like, why don't you, we're doing Fajr, why don't you start Fajr? He's like, but I'm going to keep drinking, and they don't say anything. He's like, come with Fajr, and then eventually they get to a point where they're actually praying all their five songs.
Yeah.
They've given up their alcohol, but they never explicitly said that's how.
Yeah. I think that's. But see, that's a very nice scenario.
Yeah.
Where they're like, I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to give this up, so I don't need to say anything. What happens when they say, is alcohol forbidden? Can I drink alcohol? Right?
Well, you would tell them.
You would tell them no, but then now. So see, they're like, nobody's going to say yes. Nobody's going to say yes to that, right? Right? And I remember, I think Sheikh Ahmad, I forgot who he quoted, but he's like, don't try to be more merciful than Allah, right? And I think that's a very important, like, oh, you don't have to fast, you don't have to pray. Like,
you can't make your own exceptions.
Exactly.
It's just that they're navigating it within the confines of what, like, reaching the person.
Yeah.
Right? They're not saying something that is.
Yeah.
That's a whole different thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I think in that sense, systematically, wisely knowing what to say and what not to say.
In those last words, you will have recognized not only the admonitions that come in the Quran about speaking to others in the fairer way of leading it to God to teach us the words of our differences, but also a statement within the Aqidah Tahawiyah, which is offered as a part of the creed, a statement of what his group believes. He says of his group words to the effect, we are the people who say God knows best. It is part of his creed to know that we do not know, to know that we cannot judge others with a fierce final, untroubled certainty. That's one reason why for generations this has been the most trusted creedal document in the Sunni Muslim world. There are other reasons which I will come to, but first let me repeat that it is a creed in the technical sense of that term. It has the form and serves the function that I said characterize creeds, namely to distinguish one group of believers from other groups. And yet it does not do the harm that is usually to be expected from sectarian creeds. In the rest of my talk, I will try to present my understanding of why that is so. And
again, to summarize that point, every single line, explicitly or implicitly, of Aqidah Tahawiyah is either refutation against primarily the Mu'tazila and the Shia. Like that's basically it. That's basically it. There are some things that, yes, they will also agree to, but his formulation and the way he says it, that his approach is essentially going to be that. You will have guessed that Al-Tahawi has put together a collection of belief statements of a group that is claiming we are not a sect in the usual sense, we are the mainstream. Let those of you who are sect enter that same mainstream. My task is now to explain how and why this attempt to put together a creed for a non-sectarian sect is, on most but not all points, persuasive, successful. I identified just now 3 stages of the remedial action that is necessary when we see the community of the believers splitting into groups that mistrust each other so much they cannot negotiate any common ground, and so their mistrust is on the edge of becoming conflict, indeed sometimes fall over the edge. Those 3 stages of remedial action are evident explicitly or implicitly in the Aqidah Tahawiyah. There is evident most strongly in the fact that for the formulation, the expression in words of what Sunnah wal Jama'ah believe, he relies mostly on the words, the texts themselves of the Quran and Sunnah. He does not rely on particular interpretations of those texts. Rather, his objective seems to say to those who do rely on particular interpretations of those texts, let us accept the limitations of our knowledge and understanding. Let us not make interpretations when there is no practical need for doing so, and certainly no practical benefit from doing so. Let us be before God while journeying on the path of God's Messenger, quiet and humble in our bearings, and our consciences will not allow us to invent philosophies and theologies and legal dispositions that wall up the guidance, like separated quarters in a city. Rather, let us leave the space open and live in it peaceably, trusting that the guidance that God sent us is sufficient as guidance. Whatever comes after that, no matter the reputation of the source, cannot have the same authority and power, nor can have the same blessing, nor can the same good flow from it. And here at the end he has this very good he doesn't say it explicitly, but he's basically saying when you simply rely on the generic words of Aqidah Tahawiyya, which are similar to the generic text of the Quran and Sunnah, you leave a room of generality, you leave room for, you keep and maintain the room for slightly different interpretations. But he's basically just saying, just keep it broad. I don't need to pinpoint and pick one, right? I don't, and the difference between this and salah, meaning somebody can't necessarily just be like, yeah, you could pray like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Because at some point, when after you do takbir tahrima, you need to pick one, right? Unless you are constantly, doing this rotation, but nobody's gonna do that. Right. So when it comes to fiqh, you can say these are all okay and valid, but I need to pick one because there's something at hand. When it comes to imaniyat, I don't need to be, you know, specific. Meaning, if I say, "How did the Prophet?" Generally, he put his hand, somewhere, on his abdomen. There you go. Fine. If it's a matter of belief, that's all I need to say, without saying here, here, here. He put his right hand on his left hand, without me having to give that kind of detail. Right? When I pray, I need to pick. But when it comes to imaniyat, I don't need to have that level of precision in what I come to believe. And we'll see how on both sides, both the sides of Kalam and both on the sides of, even the Taymis and the like, there is a little too much care for precision that really goes perhaps beyond the scope of what the text itself was intended to do.
Are you saying that you don't need to identify with any of the primary groups? That's as long as, of course, you believe in.
So you ask your question one more time?
You just said that you don't need to necessarily identify or choose one of. Well, I just want to make sure that's what you said. One of these three, whether it's Maturidis, Ash'aris, or the Atharis, with precision, as opposed to saying I believe in one. The six.
Yeah, so technically, I said for the detailed point of belief,
yeah.
But that would then result in I don't need to pick one of those three. And I say that not to discredit them or abandon them or the like, but for the average believer, I would say for the average believer doesn't need to have a theological school. I think I would 100% have no problem saying that, right? And the schools come up when you are doing a formalized study, more so to prove why you believe something as opposed to I believe this, right?
What's your perspective on? And this probably will have been covering the entirety of the class when we study the difference between the Maturidis, Ash'aris, and Atharis. But usually they're depicted, for example, as the Atharis are the or I don't want to describe it to school, but there are schools that basically say, we follow the setup, we don't interpret, we take it as it is, right? But then you read other things, for example, Qasim al-Natawi, where he's like, no, the Ash'aris and Maturidis probably believe the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just expressed differently. Meaning, everyone's getting to the same basis. You're just, everyone believes what Allah says. We have no knowledge of anything beyond that. Here is our best understanding.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just curious to get your thoughts on that. Is it actually even as distinct as it's come out to be, or
it's the over time development and codification that's led to very distinct groups. Whereas, as we'll see, so the next thing that we'll read is actually Islam and the problem of Black suffering. What does this have to do with Aqidah? So there is a Christian guy named Jones who wrote a book basically on why are Black people in America Christian? What kind of a God do they believe in that would let them be enslaved and tortured for this long? Why are they Christian? He doesn't understand. And so Dr. Jackson, he's like, this is how you can completely be oppressed for 300 years and still be have a beautiful view of God. Any school you take, even if you're Mu'tazila or you're Ibn Taymiyyah, you can very much be totally fine with me and my people have been enslaved and tortured for 400 years, and we were ripped of our identity. I still believe in God, and I love that God, and I know God is looking out for me. And he brings up all the schools for that. So that's kind of the background. And so we'll see how, like you said, they're all starting from the same basic focal point, right? They're all trying to go, what is our belief? What does Allah and the Prophet ﷺ want us to believe? Even as we'll read, the Mu'tazila are just like, we're just following the Sahaba. And it's like for us, it's like, wait, Mu'tazila saying that, like, no, they're saying we follow the Sahaba. We follow the Sahaba more than you, right? And so they're all going back to the same sources. Which Dr. Juz actually paints very nicely. What view? How are you looking at that? I think
Which
that's
then leads to the question, like, can you, given how harsh we are on certain other schools, because one of my teachers actually said this too, even for extreme sects, for example, from Mu'tazila, like, he honestly, like, did some of them, not all of them, right, may have had an earnest belief that what they were doing was how, right, so like
Yeah.
how.
No, that's a very good question. It's something that I've seen from actually some of our Athari scholars like Sheikh Ahmed Kurdi and Sheikh Jibril Spate, who were like, yeah, Mu'tazila at their time, they were doing what they thought was the right thing. And so he didn't criticize them, right? Whereas, and this isn't a diss to Sheikh Farhan, but when he teaches you Kitab al-Iman from Mishkat, it's like, out with the Mu'tazila, right? And so I would say intention, sincerity, and care for the truth, right? With this, with piety and practice. What do I mean by that? Is you can argue with the Mu'tazili on the technicalities of, is Allah as-Sami', is Allah al-Basir? And some of them will say no, because some would then mean he has ears like us. And some hearing is a human faculty. Allah does not have that. But guess what? That same Mu'tazili is going to be waking up for tahajjud in the last third of the night. What he will deny, yanzilu Allahu Rabbuna tabaraka wa ta'ala. He will deny the tanzil of Allah, or the nuzul of Allah, but he's still waking up in the last third of the night doing what? Making dua to Allah.
But the denial is
the denial is on semantics of what does that word mean. But I'm saying
denying the hadith, they're denying the physical.
Exactly, exactly my point there.
Which is, like, again, I can't say you're going to study this, but the whole point being, like, all this semantics around interpretation, right? And so it's like, I think this just comes down to approach of who's teaching it. And so much of whether it's fiqh or whether it's like aqidah has come off a little bit arrogantly in terms of, like, this is the only definitive truth. This is why everybody is wrong, which is a different from saying, like, we firmly believe this is the truth.
Yeah.
This is why we firmly believe others are wrong, but we also believe in a sincere effort. And that might not be universally true of a lot of other groups, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely political factions and, like, some Shiism that, like, branched out and did its own thing. But all of this is helpful for the dive into.
Yeah. No, that's literally what we're going to go into. And like you kind of referenced at the end, where sometimes it's not necessarily sincere, but are we making up things about Ahlul Bayt simply so we can overthrow the Umayyads and the Abbasids?
Yeah.
Right? Or so that we get a share of that political power because we supported you by making this stuff up to get you in that position.
Yeah, it's not naivety, but it is trying to take an objective view.
Yeah. Okay, so this reading is very dense. Very dense. So we'll skip around, but hopefully this will give us a good overview. To the Google Doc?
Yeah.
Oh, you joined after?
Yeah.
Is that why?
That's not sure.
For sure. That's not good. This is the 0.5 in the textbook section, Islam in the Form of Black Suffering. So the PDF is there. And we're going to be starting from page 17 in the PDF. Page 17 in the PDF. Zainab, do you want to read?
Sure. Okay, the Arabians and the atheological peripheral vision, the rise and development of systematic theology in Islam is
Oh,
sorry.
All the way at the top, the fifth link, Islam in the Palm of Black Suffering. And then we're on page 17 in the PDF. Let me know when you're there. I'll give you a second. This is a very dense read, so I want you to follow along and not just listen to it. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. The rise and development.
The rise and development of systematic theology in Islam is inextricably linked to the spread of the religion itself. While Muhammad's original followers and undoubtedly contemplated the theological suggestions of the Quran alongside his supplemental addenda, the absence of any pre-existing systematic thought in Arabia spared them from having to reconcile this with any overarching formal criterion. Arabian interpretive proclivities tended rather to be far more axiomatic than analytical. The meaning and utility of revelation was both accessed and measured by the criterion of Arabian common sense, a far more relaxed and porous prism than the rigid philosophical schemas that later dominated.
He's has two main points here. Different groups that we find in Islam are a result not of Islam in and of itself, but as a result of the spread of Islam. That's point number one. Point number two, it did not happen in the time of the companions, radiallahu anhum, because they were pretty much all Arabian, who had an Arabian common sense. Meaning, they did not have any pre-existing system of education, system of philosophy, system of logic. They're just existing. They're just existing, right? Whereas, for example, if the Quran was revealed literally today in America, we have overarching principles of liberty, justice, freedom, happiness, wealth, and all of that. We have to try really hard to forget all of these philosophies, and I don't mean that in a very technical sense. I just mean of we care about human rights, we care about the environment. We're going to read that revelation in that lens. Whereas in Arabia, it's just eat, sleep, have kids, get married, very simple. That's not to put them down in any way. I'm just saying they do not have a historically, systematically civilized, developed kind of philosophy. Okay, Arabian interpretive tendencies.
Arabian interpretive tendencies might be likened to what the Zen Buddhist scholar Alan Watts calls peripheral vision, as the alternative to the approach to apprehending meaning that he calls central vision. According to Watts, central vision is used for accurate work like reading, in which our eyes are focused on one small area after another like spotlights. Peripheral vision is less conscious, less bright than the intense ray of the spotlight. We use it for seeing at night and for taking subconscious notice of objects and movements, not in the direct line of central vision.
All he's talking about, there's a time when, what does this grain pattern look like? That's central vision. There's a brown wooden table in front of me. There's things on it. That's peripheral vision. And we'll see how that mentality completely changes how somebody will read the Quran. Continue.
Peripheral vision contrasts with central vision precisely in its limited utility for such accurate work like reading. By reading, however, we must understand something more than simple exegesis or the mechanical decoding of words, grammar, and syntax. Reading, and certainly accurate reading, is invariably an effort to make sense of what is being read. The criterion for what constitutes sense itself, however, is rarely provided by the words themselves and is almost invariably brought to a text or statement from without. This goes beyond the simple issue of context, for all who are present at the time of a speech act have access to context, and even those who are not present habitually construct or imagine one of their own. Yet Americans who are contemporaries of Toni Morrison or trained in American history are not automatically rendered capable of effecting proper reading of The Bluest Eye or the U.S. Constitution. Proper readings of these texts require rather an adequate grasp of law or literature as proper disciplines.
Right? Because there's an aspect of what is being said. Okay, I can read that, but why is it being said? What realm is it being said in? And the biggest thing, this is being said, what is not being said, and what is excluded. All of that is done by me in my mind. But to think like that, to read like that, I need to be very focused with central vision. Right? Like you can ask, you can read a sentence and be like, what does that mean? Okay, yeah, you can give me a summary, right? But when I ask you, why is this word in this position? Well, now you have to be like, wait, I need to now think and assume and make judgments. That is the central vision. Continue.
All of this is another way of saying that what is usually considered to be accurate reading relies on a set of interpretive presuppositions that are closed to all save the formally initiated. In this capacity, proper reading always entails an element of eisegesis.
This is the opposite of exegesis, meaning exegesis, what we would call tafsir. What does this mean? Eisegesis is, what do I think this means? What meaning am I inserting? That's not blasphemous or wrong necessarily. A part of eisegesis is, oh, this ayah was revealed in this context. The ayah doesn't say it was revealed in this context. I am using my external knowledge to place an environment around this ayah, or whatever it is, right? Like we mentioned at the beginning of class, when Shaykh Akram says, you don't need tafsir. It's not just you don't need tafsir. He's saying that in a context where people focus more on tafsir than they do on the words of Allah themselves. That context I need to put in to make sense of it.
Can you elaborate on that? So the way you describe it sounds like isn't tafsir like everything from Sabab al-Nuzul, like figuring out using other sources to interpret the ayah?
I was being a bit loose on it, but fine. If you include Asbab al-Nuzul there, well, eisegesis would be like I am adding meaning to this verse because of what I know about the world and the like.
So in other words, you just say exegesis, somebody else's tafsir, which exegesis is your own?
Not necessarily. Exegesis is when you can justifiably say this is what the text itself is saying, right? Eisegesis is when I'm adding meaning onto it.
But maybe it's one concept. I'm trying to understand the difference between those two points.
For example, again, this is a simple example. Allah says, وَمَا كَفَرَ سُلَيْمَانَ وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ كَفَرُوا. Allah is just telling me, Sulaiman did not become a kafir. My eisegesis is, and again, this is, you can argue it's exegesis from one way, but the eisegesis is, Allah is telling me that because there are people who say he became kafir. Right?
You wouldn't see it in the exegesis?
You will, but you see, so I get for terms, exegesis, tafsir is filled with eisegesis, right? So even when you read a book of exegesis or tafsir, it's filled with eisegesis, right? So don't think, oh, tafsir, that is only with the Quran. If it was only with the Quran, it's saying you're only going to use ayat and hadith to
okay, I see.
Right?
They're not mutually exclusive.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Basically, there. The tafsir is talking about the ayah, but it's using other sources to explain it.
Yeah.
Right? Which is partially also
Eisegesis, yeah. Or any personal reflection, right? Like, any kind of personal reflection, yeah, things like that.
Sheikh, would it be right to say that eisegesis is similar to tadabbur?
Yes, in one way, but no in another way, because usually when we do tadabbur, I'm kind of saying this is the meaning that's coming to me, and I'm still keeping the tadabbur with me. I suggest is I'm taking that tadabbur and putting it back into the ayah.
Okay.
So it's putting, yeah, like I suggest taking that tadabbur and putting it back into the ayah, saying that is intended retroactively, kind of. His examples later will make more sense.
Or reading a certain amount of meaning into a text. Central vision is critical to this enterprise precisely because it begins with a much more attentive and purposeful eye to the particular regime of sense with which a text is to be reconciled. This is not to say that peripheral vision is inherently less effective or even less interested in this reconciliation process. Peripheral vision is simply more at home with regimes of sense that are less rigid, precise, and systematic. It negotiates, in other words, not with strict logical premises and propositions, but with the intuitive meanings and putative consensus that is the basis of common sense. What peripheral vision sacrifices in terms of precision, detail, and counterintuitive possibilities, it makes up through an unencumbered apprehension of plain meanings and operative gist.
Okay, let's pause there.
Indeed,
Let's jump a little bit. Yeah, right here. This depiction of Arabians. Is at the bottom of that page.
Okay, yeah. This depiction of the Arabians is confirmed by the seeming paucity of theologically relevant exchanges among the Prophet's contemporaries and their reason or regime.
And their immediate heirs. It goes back up to
I'm reading from the screen, it's moving. Okay. Their immediate heirs, it's also reflected in the substance of the occasional theological exchanges that did take place. For example, it's reported that the successor, Tabi'i Masruq, was once at the home of the Prophet's widow, Aisha, when she said to him, O Abu Aisha, there are three things that a person may utter that constitute abominable lies against God. Masruq asked, what are these? Aisha replied, whoever claims that Muhammad actually saw his Lord invents an abominable lie against God. At this, Masruq sat up from his reclining position and petitioned, O mother of the believers, be patient with me and do not rush me. But did not God the Exalted say, and he saw him at the clear horizon, and he saw him at another station? To this, Aisha replied, I am the first of this community to ask the Messenger of God about this. God's blessings and salutations be upon him. And he said, this was Jibril. I never saw him in the form in which he was created except on those two occasions. Did you not hear God's statement, vision apprehends him not while he apprehends all vision, and he is the subtle and all-informed? And did you not hear God's statement, it is not fitting that God should address a human except through undetectable communication, wahi, or from behind a veil, or by way of sending a messenger who transmits by his permission what he wills of undetectable communication. Verily, he is most high, all-wise. Clearly, Masruq's approach to the verses he cited was grounded in a straightforward reading that rested on the dictates of Arabian common sense, including a palpable obliviousness to the kinds of theological implications. Example,
anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphism is a term we'll cover a lot, especially in our book, which is tashbih, doing comparing a lot, or anthropomorphism is literally to give something human-like traits. So anthropomorphism would be Allah has a hand like our hand. That's anthropomorphism, that's tashbih. We're comparing Allah to us or to creation. This everybody agrees is a major problem. But how and what is constitutes that will be the difference.
That would later exercise the theologians. Meanwhile, Aisha's response also implies a common sense understanding of Quranic and prophetic sources that had apparently escaped Masruq. For her, the possibility of the Prophet seeing God was limited not by any pre-existing regime of sense or set of philosophical principles, but by a straightforward reading of the teachings of the Prophet himself, teachings whose primary authority lay not in their substance, but in their provenance.
Right. So in this example, both of them are simply reading the base text of the Quran, right? And although he's saying that Masruq is doing peripheral vision, just, Allah said that, he saw him. Well, he's probably talking about Allah, the Prophet Muhammad seeing Allah, right? Aisha's reading is a bit more nuanced and a bit more detailed of, yes, that was said, but I confirmed, and that pronoun doesn't refer to Allah, it refers to Jibreel. And even if it did refer to Allah, that doesn't make sense because لا تدركه الأبصار وهو يدرك الأبصار, right? Vision apprehends him not. Vision does not apprehend him while he is fully encompassing of all vision, right? So there's that sense. So she's coming from a more technical perspective. Even then, somebody can argue that, as Dr. Jackson does, this is still from a realm of simply reading what the text itself is saying. Whereas, jump 100 years and you have people, and Dr. Jackson will explain this, you have people who have studied Greek philosophy, who are ex-Zoroastrians, who were or have debated, Jewish and Christian rabbis and priests. In that regard, somebody may they have depictions of Jesus. And so this becomes more problematic because if people saw Jesus and Jesus in your claim is God, well then when Muhammad saw God, did he see just a guy that he could see with a face and hair and eyes and all of that? No, we do not want that because that is tashbih, that is anthropomorphism, that is highly problematic. So we want to negate all of these things. Or from an even more technical sense, right? To be seen, what is sight and vision in this world? That photons, particles of light, for lack of a better word, bounce off of something, and then they go into my eyeballs, they hit my retinas, and then my eyes, they, process all of that. Are there photons bouncing off of Allah that are then going into my eye? That is sight, right? As a sophisticated theologian, somebody who has, studied Plato and Aristotle, who used to be a Christian or from a family of Christians who debated, was Jesus a human or a god or a demigod? All of that baggage is there. And you're like, how does light bounce off of God? If light bounces off of God, then God is in creation. You see how it has nothing to do with the ayat anymore. It's all to do with how do we place our existing understanding of the world into this realm of Allah. And so they're going to negate certain things because of how they view the world. That's not necessarily a problem. That's not necessarily a problem. It just needs to be understood where assumptions are or are not being made. Right? And a very simple example is, if a Muslim is talking to a Muslim and explaining Allah to him or her, right? You might as well take an athari approach of, and we'll explain these terms again more, of just, a more athari approach of, Allah has a throne, Allah is above the sky, all of those things. You're talking to somebody who just left Christianity. What do you tell this person? You tell this God has a throne. They go like, oh, so he's like sitting with his, bottom on the seat and his hands on the armrest and his feet down. Like, no, 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 no. We do not like that's not how we speak about Allah. Remember, I was talking to some people who they don't have religion, but they're kind of Christian. They're like explaining this thing like so, and then they went to say, so God is like energy. And I was like, yeah, Allah, like I don't know what to say. Like, so it depending on your audience, right? You can see how each school's approach the peripheral vision versus the central vision will really differ. If somebody's like, listen, I know God's not like a human, so sure, hand, face, whatever, no problem. Somebody just left Christianity, I know what Jesus's face looks like. Addressing and removing that imagery from Allah is way more important and requires a different approach. Continue. Does that make sense? We okay with that? Okay, continue.
On a more popular level, one could cite an exchange between the Prophet and a Bedouin convert. In response to the Prophet's statement, God laughs at the way you come upon hardship, fall into despair, and then so quickly respond to the slightest relief. The Bedouin is reported to have said, and does our Lord actually laugh? When the Prophet responded yes, the Bedouin replied, we will never despair of good from a Lord who laughs. Again, the possibility of God's laughing here is not controlled by any tightly regulated system of clear indictment
That's
of
the
the
next page. So from here,
mm,
reason or regime.
reason or regime of philosophical sense. The interpretive backdrop is a much more porous edifice that admits a wide range of possibilities whose actualization is established or de-established by straightforward, common-sense construction of prophetic teaching.
Right, let's just, that's a very beautiful narration. Right, ضحك ربنا من قنوط عباده وقرب غيره. Right, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does ضحك, he laughs for lack of a better word, when one of his slaves is going through despair and difficulty, and then even the slight opposite of despair comes, and then he feels much better. And so the Bedouin asked, أَوَيَضْحَكُ الرَّبُّ? Right, and the Prophet ﷺ said, نعم. And he says, لَن نَعْدِمَ مِنْ رَبٍّ يَضْحَكُ خَيْرًا. Right, we're never going to be worried or be regretful of good from a Lord that laughs. Now he's not. Now the Bedouin is simply asking, oh, does he do dhahik? Right? But this is not coming from, okay, laughing. Laughing is sounds that come from like the throat and the vocal cords. Vocal cords are physical, biological things that have blood running through them that require oxygen. And for the sound of the laugh to come, there needs to be air that's moving and vibrating through like the air and particles so that sound can be heard. The Bedouin was not thinking about that to be like, let me affirm it or deny it. There's no, all of this background and baggage just doesn't exist, right? Whereas later on, once you get to theologians and scientists and philosophers who have this of, well, laughing means emotion. Laughing means emotions change. Laughing means there is sound. Laughing means there are parts of your body that move, and there are parts of somebody else that can absorb that. And so now they will restrict and do that wheel of this. And then you'll have the opposite side from the, like Ibn Taymiyyah said, what's wrong with that? It can happen physically and dive into those possibilities as well, right? But when you read this from the perspective of the Bedouin, it's those questions don't exist. That mindset is not there for the Bedouin to have an issue with, right? And we can see how things like that are not a problem for the Sahaba, but then they become points of disagreement and debate later on. And that's exactly the thing he's trying to get at. That Islam, as it grew and it developed and it spread, people with different baggages, different cultures, different backgrounds, they're reading these things in and understanding them in the context that they know. And again, that's not necessarily bad. Somebody just needs to recognize what assumptions they're coming with. And again, we do this all the time. We read, even if somebody is a misogynist in America, They're still reading everything through the lens of feminism, even if they're a misogynist, because that is ingrained into just the way we think. We're reading things through the lens of freedom, through independence, through individualism, through secularism, to liberalism, to feminism, all of these American principles, even if you're the most anti this, your anti-ness will make you read it through that because you're refuting it, right? And so we cannot devoid ourselves of these assumptions. We just need to recognize that they're there and know how to navigate around them.
Here, is it correct? You say that within the Sahaba, were there any like ideological differences? The way they would say within fiqh, right? There were differences in the approaches to Sahaba. And I'm specifically about the narration of Aisha versus like what I've seen.
Yeah. So I'll say no in this perspective of it's not like a sophisticated like ta'wili, lughawi, majaz, haqiqi kind of difference. It's just, I thought this happened, I thought this happened, right? And so yes, from that perspective, but no from the perspective of it's not
logical, it's a possibility.
Yeah. Whereas opposed to, you go and ask, Ibn Mas'ud, why is this your fiqh opinion? This is why. You ask it, like they have proof and reasoning and evidence, their own ijtihad, whereas an aqidah is really just, I thought this happened, I didn't think this happened. Okay, we're on the next page a little bit. So by the middle of the 2nd, 8th century,
by the middle of the 2nd, 8th century,
meaning
however,
second, 8th common era.
However, the Muslim conquest had engendered a process of ethnic and civilizational heterodyning that generated a fundamental shift in the interpretive orientation of critical masses of Arab to be distinguished from Arabian Muslims. In relying on peripheral vision, the original Arabians had simply been doing what comes naturally. So too, however, would growing numbers of newly converted Arabicized peoples who were the heirs of far more systematic and analytical regimes of sense. The resulting dissonance in their respective reconciliation strategies divided Muslim theologians into two main camps, traditionalism and rationalism. Ultimately, this division would determine the course and substance of Muslim theological history and remain operative right down to the present day.
He's basically simplifying. Perhaps you can call the traditionalist camp. And if we just jump right here, by traditionalists, he's broadly speaking about the Ahlul Hadith, the Hanabila, the Atharis, who again, he's roughly saying that they have peripheral vision, right? Allah, he said, yeah, Wajhullah, Yadullah, sure, whatever, right? There is no issue with that. And then he'll get into the mutakallimun or the rationalists. The rationalists, these are people of kalam who engage in kalam. Kalam is Hellenism. Hellenism is Greek philosophy. So anybody that engages in kalam, anybody that's a Mu'tazili, Ash'ari, Maturidi, they are trained in literally Greek philosophy. Every introductory subject and discussion is based off of Aristotle and Plato, a refutation of Plato. And what this is are basically, those kind of basic fundamental things in the of logic, of reasoning, of Greek philosophy. And this is where that divergence comes, because now they assume that kalam and Greek philosophy, or just logic in general, is like a foundation of the world. So now they're reading Quran on top of this foundation. right? And that's something to keep in mind. So one simple example, again, this is, introductory kalam, is you have something called Johar. Plural is Jawahir. Oh, sorry, this is on the Google Doc if you want to jump there. These are substances. This is the English technical term. And then you have A'rab. Plural is Awajib. These are accidents. What Greek philosophers mean by that is tree is like a johar. There's a treeness. I know what a quote tree is. That's the johar. There's a concept of a tree. And then the a'rab are size, color, type, shape, taste, feel. These are the a'rab. The details. Right? This is how they view the world. This is how they view, like, there's in like the universe, in like the metaphysics, there's a table. This table has 4 legs. That's an accident of this table. Accident doesn't mean like a mistake. Accident is a technical, philosophical, logical term. It just means details, yani sifa. And it's this color brown. It has these grains. There's a split in the middle. It's connected with this many legs, right? This is how the mutakallimun, how the mu'tazila, how the ash'aris, how the maturidis view the world. This is the underlying foundation of the world. And so they view everything through this lens. They view everything through this lens. And that is why we find these differences when it comes to the sifat and attributes of Allah. Because all of these latter things, size, color, type, shape, feel, etc., those have to be specified by somebody. Those have to be specified. So Allah cannot have these because somebody would have had to specify it for him. And if somebody else specified it for Allah, then Allah is not Allah. If Allah specified it for himself, there was a change that took place in Allah. Now Allah is not a single, finite, unchanging being, which is, through this we see that God must be a single, unchanging, unalterable being. Meaning, huduth meaning new things or changes cannot occur to or within Allah. Because he must be complete, perfect, unchanging. Because if something impacted Allah, something had an effect on the thing that is unaffectable. Right? That is how they view the world, and that is how they view Allah. Without getting into too much of the technicalities, the atheist is just going to be like, so you just compared Allah to creation. In your whole system of not comparing Allah to creation, you put Allah in the same box as creation. That's their refutation of this. Yeah, let's keep going. Contrary to common depictions.
Contrary to common depictions, the fault line separating these two theological approaches did not lie in each giving a different priority to reason, al-aql, versus revelation. Rationalists were no less committed to revelation or even tradition than were traditionalists. The traditionalists were no more averse to using reason than were the rationalists. It's more accurate to say that these two approaches represented not two different attitudes toward reason, but two different traditions of reason.
Right.
The conflict and
this is something important to keep in mind, that even for the Atharis, the Hanabila, and the like, it's not the same. We don't use aql. They use their aql, because I have to understand this text with my brain. I have to understand the Quran with my aql. If I did it, then I would be a jahil and I wouldn't know what I'm reading. But what baggage, what background, what assumptions does my aql have that is going to be different? That is going to be different. The conflict?
The conflict, in other words, was not over how much authority to accord reason or revelation per se, but over which regime of sense should govern the act of reading revelation. In some, traditionalism and rationalism parted over which universe of meanings should be recognized as the proper backdrop against which scripture should be made to make sense.
So that's kind of one part of what background and baggage am I looking at the Quran from. Now he'll get into a second part, which he alluded to earlier about the difference between Arab versus Arabian. Arab versus Arabian. Arabian, yani al-Arab, are people from the Hijaz. People from the Hijaz. And if the Hijaz is, you take the Arabian Peninsula and you just make a diamond like this. Just make a diamond like this. So not the northeastern tip or the northwestern tip or the southeastern tip or the southwestern tip. It's kind of like a middle oval, a middle diamond in the on an angle. It's on top of Saudi Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula. These are people who did not learn Arabic. They were Arab, right? Like you can learn a language, but these are people who were born and raised in the desert. And it will make sense of this as we read. So if all of this would be further.
All of this would be further obscured by a barely perceptible parallel development, the distinction of the designation Arab. This had the effect of concealing the palpably different interpretive legacies bequeathed to those who began versus those who ended their genealogy as Arabs, as this term made no distinction between those for whom peripheral and central vision came naturally and those for whom they were contrived. Its use obscured the fact that scripture was being approached by peoples who were now all considered Arabs, but who proceeded on the basis of different and ultimately competing regimes of sense. To this would...
He just mentioned a couple more points at the end of this, but basically he's getting at, did you learn the language of Arabic or are you Arab? Right? And that is very different, you know, as all of us here, we've learned and studied Arabic. But our study of Arabic is, this is the mubtada, this is the khabar, this is the fa'il, this is the maf'ul, right? We're coming from a very technical sense. When we read, we're reading with central vision. We're reading with, I need to technically, systematically put this together, right? Where we may sometimes miss the plot, right? You know, if we read, for example, very, you know, flowing poetry in any language, right? It could be the most flowery thing. They'll talk about the sun and then like the earth and the blossoming, you know, leaf that, you know, flew off the bird's, you know, wing. But like, this is just talking about nature. When the underlying thing, no, he's talking about like his wife or something, right? And the person that learned Arabic or just learned the new language doesn't get that. Or they are way too technical. And we'll see an example of that when he brings up Ash-Shafi'i, rahimahullah. I think we can skip until this on top of on the page 33 in the PDF. So that's page 20, the right side. Page 20, the right side. To get an idea of the diversity.
To get an idea of the diversity and complexity of arteries that flowed into the new hybrid Arabness, consider the Arab conquest of Samarkand in
Transoxania.
Transoxania.
This is basically everything past, what is it, the Euphrates? The Tigris, the Euphrates. Okay.
Which began in the 7th century. This city lay at the intersection of the trade routes that led from India and Afghanistan via Balkh and Tirmidh, and from Persia via Marv, northward and eastward into the Turkish steppes and along the Silk Road to eastern Turkestan and China. This general area had known Hellenism for some time. Alexander the Great occupied Samarkand more than once and boasted Buddhist, Nestorian, Christian, Zoroastrian, Chinese, and Manichaean inhabitants. After the Arab conquest, the area produced a number of important Muslim Arab scholars, including Abu Mansur al-Maturidi, founder of the Maturidiyite school of theology, and Muhammad bin Ismail al-Bukhari, collector of the most authoritative body of prophetic traditions. This kind of progression of Arabicization recurred in virtually all the lands where Islam burgeoned. But the new Muslims' adoption of the Arabic language would not be enough to sublate all the cultural, intellectual, and other legacies their respective histories had bequeathed them. These influences, however, rather than persisting as a result of a conscious effort to bring in contributions from Hellenism, Buddhism, or Zoroastrianism, would simply continue to enjoy a prima facie presumption of legitimacy, much like democracy, capitalism, or racial equality among American converts. In other words, people did not generally think of these influences as conscious borrowings, but simply assumed that they were as valid under Islam as they had been under the old order. This presumption rendered these influences invisible for many and effectively raised them beyond critique.
Right. So there's a difference between, for example, a Christian convert becomes Muslim. There's something very active in, bringing in, if someone's like, okay, well, Jesus may not be God, but Jesus is like, the best messenger. You see how you're explicitly taking something from your previous culture or religion and now putting it into Islam. He's saying that's not what was done because they left their previous religion. But there were some underlying foundations of their previous religion and culture that they thought were just the most normal thing that they didn't think they were introducing. It was just, I used to wear this shirt, I'm going to keep wearing this shirt. I used to think, of racial equality. I still think of racial equality. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm just bringing these same things over that I did before, meaning, okay, well, Jesus is not God, but all the other stories about him, or all the stories about him of, healing the sick and, curing this and, knowing that, I'm just going to bring all those things over because they seem fine, right? And the Bible is, in essence, a revelation from God and the like. So I'm just bringing it over. There's no thought of altering or adulterating. It's just whatever is normal and correct. I'm just going to bring that over. Let's see. On the top of page 34, we just jumped like 2 paragraphs. This is page 21 in the PDF, the top left. It was in this context.
It was in this context, as the gates of religious and ethno-linguistic conversion were flung off the hinges, that Ash-Shafi'i wrote his Ar-Risala, the epistle. This work is widely accepted as the first conscious commitment to a systematic theory of interpretation that could serve as the public reason through which scriptural deductions could be validated. It was not an exercise in ecumenical, sorry, these words are hard, relativism in which Ash-Shafi'i sought recognition for any and every interpretive approach. On the contrary, he was deeply troubled by what he deemed to be interpretive verses whose influence was going
Viruses.
viruses whose influence was going undetected because they had been sublated into the realm of plain speech or common sense by peoples whose language was now that of the Arabians, but whose historically and culturally determined interpretive presuppositions were emphatically not.
If we just jump to actually, no, let's skip that. We'll jump to the bottom right of the PDF. So this is on the bottom of page 35. So I know we're jumping around, just a lot of reading that I think for time and for depth, I don't think we need to cover. This is a good point here. So the bottom of page 35 in the book, this understanding of a Shafi'i.
Okay, this understanding of a Shafi'i is confirmed by another work of his on positive law, his famous Al-Umm, the mother text, in which in several places he takes up controversial questions and sets out to resolve them.
But just to give us, just to reiterate the background, he's saying that Imam Ash-Shafi'i rahimahullah is very big on this concept of you learned Arabic, but you're not an Arab. So you cannot speak and explain Quran and Hadith. You just know the language. You don't know, but you're not an Arab to understand what is really being said. You can translate it. You can give me the Nahu and Sarf, but you don't get the underlying meaning. And so your theology and your fiqh that's based off of it is all wrong. Because you're reading it like a textbook when the Quran and Sunnah are not a textbook. That's the mindset he's coming from, and then he gives a very good example.
Isn't this a common criticism of like Orientalists where they say like if it was a universal religion, why do you have to be a master, for example, in Arabic to interpret it, as opposed to being able to interpret it on your own? Like if you're just learning, if you're saying that even by learning your religion, it's still not, learning the language is still not sufficient.
Well, this is a Shafi'i's viewpoint, right? Which we could argue against, right?
It has a validity to it, obviously, in terms of like mastery of the language and like context, right? Of just being an Arab. But there's also the other side of like that can it be the only way to understand?
Yeah, or else being an Arab nowadays, if you really think who is an Arab today, can you find like what, a tribe of 1,000 people on earth? Like even a Shafi'i rahimahullah, did he lose some of his Arabness by traveling to Egypt and Kufa? He no longer has his pure, actually he never was, he was born in Gaza. So he was never the pure born Bedouin anyways. Even in his life in Mecca, Mecca is a metropolitan, right? So even his own point is refuted on his own self. You can claim to be as Arab as you want, you're not a Bedouin. To claim such exclusive access to this language, right? And over time, you yourself will lose that, right? Okay, continue. As
a prolegomena to his resolutions proper, however, he makes the conspicuously odd but profoundly telling assertion. This is the language of the Arabs, وهو لسان عربي, or this is Arabic speech, وهذا كلام عربي.
But what he means by that, as we'll see, is not this is Arabic. He's saying you need to be an Arab to understand it. Okay, for example,
someone said to me, what do you say regarding a man whose life, property, or family is physically threatened? I, a Shafi'i, responded, he may defend himself. He then asked, and if he is unable to do so, except through fighting. I said, then he may fight. He asked even if such fighting could result in his or the aggressor's death. I said yes, if there's no other way to defend himself. The questioner goes on to ask what a Shafi'i means by no other way, and a Shafi'i gives him several examples. Then the questioner says, has not Hamad related on the authority of Yahya bin Sa'id, on the authority of Abu Umama bin Sahel bin Hunayf, that Uthman bin Affan said, the Prophet, God's blessing and salutations be upon him, said, it's not permissible to kill a Muslim except for 3 reasons: apostasy, adultery, or in retaliation for murder of a family member. I said, the hadith of Uthman is as he related, and his attribution to the Prophet that the latter said, it's not permissible to kill a Muslim except for 3 reasons, is as he related it. But now this is the Arabic speech. وَهَذَا كَلَامٌ عَرَبِيٌّ.
What is a Shafi'i trying to bring up with this example? What's the contention here? Again, to summarize, some guy comes and he says, somebody's trying to steal my stuff. Can I stop him? Yes. Can I fight him? Yes. Even if I have to kill him to stop him from taking my phone. Shafi'i says yes, 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 yes. The response is, but didn't the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam say, "La yahillu damu mri'in illa min thalath"? It's not allowed to kill anybody except for 3 reasons. Is property mentioned in one of those 3 reasons? Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, "Ridda, zina, or qisas." Not in, you stole my property. What the questioner is getting at is, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "La yahillu damu mri'in illa." You all have studied Nahu. La plus illa is what? You all know this. Don't tell me you don't know this. La ilaha illallah. How do you translate that? Except. Meaning, if you were to rephrase it, the only God is Allah. You're negating everything but what the exception states, right? If somebody says, La ilaha illallah, yeah, but Jesus too. Like that completely violates the whole point of La plus illa. He's saying here, you learn in, again, you learn in Nahu, you learn in Ajrumiyya, you learn in Hidayat al-Nahu. La plus illa is hasr, yani kalimatu hasr, yufidu al-hasr. It means only, meaning it is not allowed to kill anybody except in these 3 scenarios. Shafi'i, you just gave me a fatwa that it's allowed for me to kill somebody if it's not in one of these 3 scenarios. So you just gave me an opinion that goes against this hadith that is extremely clear. Shafi'i's response is what? Listen, it's Arabic. When the Prophet said, La yahilu damu mri'in illa min thalath, he doesn't literally mean there are only ever 3 reasons ever. I'm just giving you an example. I'm emphasizing these 3 things. You see how a standard textbook reading of Nahu does not give you that, right? We all get that point, right? That the hadith, somebody were to apply in the most technical sense from the literal rules of grammar, if you kill somebody for anything other than these 3 things, you've done something haram. Shafi'i says, no, it is allowed for you, it is halal to kill somebody if you're defending yourself or your property. He's saying that doesn't negate the hadith because the hadith is not listing the only 3 reasons ever. It is simply giving a list of some of the important ones that happen to be relevant at that time. So if you miss that, how do you interpret any part of the Quran or any part of hadith, right? So in that sense, he's right. In that sense, he's right. But as we finish up on time, that only goes so far because A, you can learn that, the context, the background, the system of all of that, number 1. And number 2 is if you want to keep it to only the Arabs, well, guess what? Over time, that class of people will no longer exist. Or that class of people will be too small for Islam to practically function, right? Let alone those people have to be scholars in the first place. How many scholars from the Bedouin tribes of Arabia are ulama, and are ulama without having traveled to a university which would have instilled in them values and principles that they did not previously have as a Bedouin Arab? Right? So keeping that in mind is very, very important. There's one more paragraph. Let me just find it. On page, what is it, 41? Yeah, on page 41, I'll just briefly summarize it. But this point is exactly what he references to. Kwame Gyeke, a Ghanaian scholar, who basically says, even in your view of being a traditionalist, of being somebody who says we hold exactly to what the first generation held, meaning this is a response to the Atharis and the Hanbalis and the Salafis. They say our belief is that of the Salafis, right? When I say Salafi, I don't mean that in any derogatory way. He's saying by definition, you cannot believe exactly what they believe. You cannot. Why? Because the world has changed. Did the Salaf, did the Sahaba, did the Tabi'un, did even the Tabi'un believe that the Quran was not created? I'll use as a case example throughout our class. The Salaf, if you were to ask them, is the Quran created? What would they do to you? They'd probably smack you. What kind of a dumb question is this, right? Imam Ahmad comes. Even Imam Ahmad's first answer to the question is, I'm not going to answer your question. He says, Al-Qur'anu kalamullah. I'm not going to answer, is the Quran created or not? He says, this question is a bid'ah. Imam Malik says, the question of istiwa is bid'ah. They didn't answer. So if you want to say I'm Salafi in Aqidah and I believe exactly what the Salaf believed, you're lying. You don't. You have added on things in Aqidah that they did not believe. Not even things they didn't say. Things they did not believe. Imam Malik would have never said the Quran is not created. Ibn Abbas, Ibn Mas'ud, Abu Hurairah, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam would have never responded to the question, is the Quran created, and say no. When the argument came up with the Mu'tazilas taking over the Abbasid government and the Mihna takes place, and Imam Ahmad still doesn't say it up until he's prisoned, then he says, fine, yes, I have to make a stance and say that it is not created. You just changed Salafism. You just changed Hanbalism. You just changed Atharism. Even as traditionalists, as my opinion is the opinion of the Sahaba, you cannot do that. You have just added on to their belief.
Because I struggle with this for a while, because I kind of agree with Sheikh's viewpoint. I've never really studied Islam other than, I kind of has like an Aqidah, which Islam is literally just like your creed, fundamental creed. That's all you really need to know. Like anything beyond that is more for like academic or philosophical purposes. But like, is there a reason that even today there's no group that just basically takes that stance that says we're not going to answer? It's as Allah intends for it to be. Or is it because we can't do that because other groups are basically propagating their viewpoint?
So see, in that case, I would definitely say it's the former. No, they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave this pedagogy of Aqidah, right? Like as we'll see once we get to that mas'ala, you ask me, do I think I do not have an answer. Can I argue both sides? Can I tell you why they would say it is created? Why? My personally, first, I think the answer to the question is stupid, and I don't think I want to answer the question. What do I actually believe about the Quran's createdness? I don't believe anything about it. Quran kalamullah, right? Right. But as scholars who are in established schools, be it Salafi, be it Deobandi, be it Ash'ari, whatever, you're in a system, right? And to maintain that system, to maintain that continuity, to not essentially go against or negate or exclude something that has been passed down generation to generation to generation, right? As is Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, nobody's gonna not say that. If pressed, I'm gonna say, yeah, of course, it's not created, but that just may be out of pressure.
But is it negating it though, as opposed to basically just taking everything from an objective point of view, or saying there's no, we believe that Allah revealed this is what we believe, we don't know how to interpret it. This is some explanations others have provided from,
Are you talking about general interpretation or this point of Quran being created or not?
Well, I'm just talking about like this whole, like this is where the Aqidah differences
Yeah.
occur, right? So even if we take, for example, the point of the Quran being created, why is it not an acceptable response from a Hanafi scholar to say we have no answer to this? And this is what some earlier Hanafis may have explained
Yeah.
it as rational.
I think audience really just matters. Like if I go in a public large setting and I say, I'm not going to answer that question. Everyone's like, whoa, you low-key and Mu'tazili, are you saying that because you actually think it is created? Because there's this, general common notion, or people that have studied a little bit are going to just be like, what on earth do you mean by that? I can say that here comfortably in a classroom setting with people who I can explain my viewpoint to, but in a public setting, I think I'd rather just dodge the question entirely than even say, I don't have an.
Yeah, I'm talking about more like a neutral stance, right? So either saying that Allah knows best and leaving it at that, or literally explaining here are the three viewpoints between the Ash'aris and Maturidis.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
But Allah knows best.
Yeah.
As opposed to what is commonplace now, which is I'm Maturidi, and this is how we, or I'm Athari, let's say.
Yeah.
Probably more pronounced or vocal, right?
Yeah.
In the sense of like, this is what we believe, and Allah knows best. Like I just feel like, and it maybe it's the same problem I had with fiqh before we started learning, where instead of saying this is the way to do things, here are 4 ways the ulama have authentically derived the Prophet of doing it, but Allah knows best, right? Instead of sticking to one.
I think again, audience has a big role. Like if I'm speaking, to just a general audience, I don't even think I would frame it in the way of these are the 3 theological schools that say this. But to say some say this and some say this, and I'm just going to boil it down to semantics. I'll just say at the end of the day, they're both saying the same thing. One is looking at it from the perspective of Allah. One is looking at the perspective from the human being. Right? That's how I would simplify it. Right? And justify both sides. Right? And again, that kind of has to be done because, or the issue with not doing that more, or sometimes picking one side, is sometimes things get really complicated, and they're really nuanced, and with Aqidah really also matters on what the person themselves is thinking and assuming, right? What I mean by that is somebody has an issue with the problem of evil and the like, right? The different schools have drastically different ways to approach it. Ash'aris are literally just like, Allah can do whatever he wants. Who cares? Like, there's no evil. He can kill people. People can get raped and murdered and exploded every day. Allah's Allah. He can do whatever he wants. It's not evil. Maturidis are going to be a completely different approach of Allah has an infinite wisdom. At the end of the day, the net result will always be in the positive outcome. Atheists are going to be like, Allah has lutf. And in each specific scenario, there's always going to be some good outcome, right? So they're all... Do I give you that, or do I just take the approach? In that case, honestly, I don't even think I would bring up the Ash'ari thing. I would give the Maturidi answer there. I think it really depends scenario to scenario. Sometimes I'll give options when I know it's more heated. For example, on Ta'wil of Sifat, Ar-Rahmanu ala Arsh istawa yad wajh. I feel like in a public setting, I may give some say this, they mean the same thing. And in some things where I know that are a bit more complicated, or I really do pick a side more than another, then I think I'll pick a side. It just depends on.
Maybe this just comes back to the nuance that you were talking about, the difference between fiqh and aqidah, where fiqh you have to take a viewpoint because you have to do an action.
Yeah.
Whereas with aqidah, like, I've never seen this ever become an issue except in like super, like, I guess typically people who study in like the name center, like it's part of their like like or whatever it might be, like it's always Aqidah first. You always start, no matter where you go,
Yeah.
you're always going with that first. It's big, it's important. Like the overemphasis on it means like you're typically propagating one viewpoint instead of just saying, look, I don't have a stance on this, and here are explanations of all.
I think that's more a thing of the West, because I mean, even like you have your very clear. This is our book of Aqidah. This is what we memorize. But sometimes the simpler books are so simple that everybody kind of jives with it.
Extremely simple.
Everybody,
they're all about literally every day. If you have any sort of action you've done, if you had any sort of deviant belief, by reaffirming your Aqidah every single day, you're just redoing that every single day. So it's interesting to see the different approaches.
Yeah, and so you see in their education system, the priority on the nuances of kalam are not there in those settings, right? Even in different Darul Uloom Madaris, you sense a varying wave of Maturidism or Atharism. Honestly, like if Allah allows, maybe I'll do a PhD on how Deobandis are really just Atharis today. like really, like somebody would read this and they're like, this Muhammad Anwar Badakhshani is just an Athari. He wrote a Talkhis of Ibn Taymiyyah's student. So much so that South African students have rads against this, right? And so it's just a matter of place and location and using context and wisdom. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
I don't really know if I did.
I think it's just like navigating sometimes, because all of this is just theoretical for the most part.
Yeah.
So like the question becomes like, why do you stick to like? If you ask this about fifth, which is like, why do you have to have a viewpoint, right? It would be a little bit problematic. What would that be the?
What some scholars say, what even some, well, we're already at 10 what some of our teachers will say is just study one thing, right? And by that, I think they'll mean if you study Tahawiyah, that's your Aqidah, that's fine. Like nobody's going to say, on top of that, you need to study a Maturidi or Ash'ari or Athari creed.
Yeah.
Like if you have Tahawiyah, that's fine, because that in and of itself is your basics anyway, right? I think like we said before, I don't think anybody's gonna say you need to go and be an Ash'ari or Maturidi or something like that. That's gonna come down to if you want to specialize and you want to pick things, or they may call simple text Ash'ari or Maturidi or Athari. Like by doing Tahawiyah, the Maturidi is gonna say you're now Maturidi. You know what I mean? The Ash'ari is gonna say you're now Ash'ari. Athari is gonna say you're now Athari.
For the same text.
For the same text.
Yeah.
This is why this book is so popular.
It is. You see it in all the groups, which is why I was also confused in terms of like, that kind of goes back to the original question of when you stick to fundamental principles, you're not necessarily relegating yourself to a single group.
Yeah, but so I think with Aqeedah is down to what level of technicality and detail do I need to get to, right? In which case, this would serve your base to be from a theological school without having to pick one. It's again at the end of the day, this discussion also becomes semantics once again. Anything else? Do we want to do some atheist reading next time? Okay, so we'll do that. Maybe we'll read a couple more paragraphs from Dr. Jackson's book. And if we get this next time, we'll start it. If not, we'll then read about Imam al-Tahawi, about Ibn Abil Izz. So we'll see. Oh, next week we don't have class next week. One last thing, something I'm very sad about and I really hate and I really don't like is I have a meeting at 8:05 to 8:30, 8:40 every day. I got out of it today, but I will do my best to minimize as how much of class time that takes away from. I'll try to join late and leave early to the best of my ability. But just know that we will take a break based from 8:10 to 8:30 or the like. So
I want us like in that time period every day, do you want to just assign like something like 30 minutes to this reading? We'll discuss it. So we're actually using that.
Sure. Oh, yeah, we'll play by ear. If you want to read ahead, by all means, go ahead. Yeah, last year I basically had one main reader who kind of already did that, so he just had free time. But yeah, in this class we can just say you can read this paragraph.
And if all the links for each class section, we can do all of them, right? Is that something you want?
There's a ton of links at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? Those are more just resources. And then in the future readings, those are all just resources. If we have time, maybe we'll touch on them from time to time. But once you get to the schedule itself, the dates, that is what did cover and what we will cover.
Also, we did technically cover all of it. I see it. Because I thought we didn't cover the other links, but I'm assuming that's from the book. Or
Yeah, so for example, the talkhis, the link 1 is just where to buy the book. Don't buy it. I'm just saying, just as a reference point.
no, that's not class 0. So
Class
that's
0?
what we did today, right?
Yes, everything we covered. These are references to if you want to go see what he mentioned in English in the actual Arabic itself. So like the Aisha and Masruq seeing Allah, the hadith of Sahih Muslim, Dhahik, the hadith of Ibn Majah, and the other references that he made. Also just for myself, I want to go back and see the Arabic, but you can read it on your own. Okay, sorry, I know we went a little bit over time. I won't usually do that. Subhanallah bihamdihi, subhanallah al-azim, subhanaka wa bihamdika, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Sallallahu ta'ala ala khayri khalqi Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yawm الدين. Assalamu alaikum everybody.
Walaikum salam.
I think you know this already, but given there's
All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidil Anbiya'i wal Mursaleen. وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. All thanks and praise are due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and may His peace and blessings be upon His last and final messenger, His family, His companions, and those who follow them until the end of times. Alhamdulillah, all of you have made it to, mashallah, year 4. And in this year, we are going to dedicate a lot of time, a lot of focus, a lot of energy towards studying the ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, particularly through Jami'ut Tirmidhi, this very famous hadith collection compiled by Abu Isa Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi rahimahullah. It's considered to be one of al-Kutub al-Sittah. It's one of the 6 canonical books of hadith. That we have something known as the hadith canon, which are 6 books that have been identified as representative of all the ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Sahih al-Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, Jami' al-Tirmidhi, Sunan Abi Dawood, Sunan al-Nasa'i, and Sunan al-Ibn Majah. So our goal this year is to go through all of Tirmidhi cover to cover, inshallah, with as much commentary as possible. There may be certain chapters where not too much commentary is needed, so we'll kind of just read through it. And my hope also is that at least by this year, we don't necessarily have to translate every single hadith. We can focus more on just discussing perhaps the meanings and the ahkam that can be derived from them. Now, in the traditional Dars al-Nizami program, all the Kutub al-Sittah are read and studied in the final year. Right? In the final year of the program, which is called Dawratul Hadith. And in Dawratul Hadith, what we do is we study all of Bukhari cover to cover. Most of it is done with at least brief commentary. And then some of it you just read through. Sahih Muslim, select chapters are done in detail, and the rest you read through it. Tirmidhi and Abu Dawood are done cover to cover with commentary. And then Ibn Majah, Nasa'i, and the Muwatta of Imam Malik, you just do selections, just for the sake of barakah. Here we have like a modified version, and we will be doing all of Tirmidhi and just selections from Abu Dawood. But because we are going to be spending so much time in the company of these ahadith, we're going to begin today by just a reminder of the importance, the significance of the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the corpus of ahadith. That it is a huge honor, it's a huge blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we have the ability, we have the opportunity to spend time with hadith. Because we are spending time in the company of the words, the character, the actions, the approvals of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And our teachers say that when we're studying hadith, when we're reading hadith, it's like we're sitting in the company of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Even Imam al-Tirmidhi, there's a quote for him that whoever has my book in their home, كَأَنَّ فِي بَيْتِهِ نَبِيٌّ يَتَكَلَّمُ. It's as if there's a prophet in their home speaking. So, a way of like kind of showing proper honor and respect is that we are sitting in the company of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that's why it's important to have a certain level of adab when reading hadith and when studying hadith. That we're making sure that we're focused, we're paying attention, we're trying our best to understand. More importantly, we're trying our best to act upon the ahadith. And it's recommended to be in a state of wudu during hadith class as well. It's not required, it's not fard, not wajib, but it's a part of the etiquette. And we know that things oftentimes are honored because of whom or what they're connected to. And hadith are honored because they're connected to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And regarding this idea, Imam an-Nawawi, rahimahullah, he wrote that the study of hadith is the noblest means of attaining closeness to the Lord of the worlds. One of the best ways, one of the most noble ways of getting closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is through the study of hadith. How can it not be so when it is the exposition of the way of the best of mankind, and the most noble of the first and last creation, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So it's an honor, it's a privilege that we have the opportunity to spend time in the company of these very important, very significant ahadith. And the importance of ahadith, the importance of the sunnah cannot be overemphasized. That the sunnah is one of the two primary sources of Islam. That all of our beliefs, all of our practices, our morals, our ethics, our values, everything that has to do with Islam is built on two primary sources, the Quran and the Sunnah. And generally speaking, the Quran, it gives us general rules, general principles, morals, values, ethics, concepts, ideas, and the Sunnah gives us the detail. And that is the best way of understanding the relationship between the Quran and Sunnah. That the Sunnah is a detailed explanation of everything that we find in the Quran. And that's why we say it's impossible to act upon the Quran, to follow its guidance, its teachings, commands, and prohibitions without the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So there are several books that are written about Hujjiyatul Hadith and Hujjiyatul Sunnah. In the modern era, in response to like the Quranist movement, right? Scholars, they wrote these books, they wrote these rasail on the authority of the Sunnah in highlighting the importance and the makan of the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And in these books, they highlight several reasons why Hadith and Sunnah are so important. And we're just going to focus on three. That the first is that the Sunnah clarifies and explains the Quran. Right? That the Sunnah of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, it clarifies and explains the Quran. Number two, it's wajib to obey the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. And the only way to obey him is by following his what? By following his Sunnah. And number three, the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, uswatun hasana. He is the most beautiful example, he's the role model that we are encouraged to follow in terms of everything that he did. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he revealed the Quran upon the heart of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a book of guidance. A book of guidance that illuminates the path towards success in this world, but most importantly towards salvation in the next. And along with the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam the Sunnah. And one of the main responsibilities of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was to clarify and explain the meanings of the Quran. That as a prophet, as a messenger, he was given this responsibility. That whatever wahi you receive, your responsibility is to convey it to your community, to the companions, to everyone, and then also explain it and teach it. وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرَ لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ مَا نُزِّلَ إِلَيْهِمْ وَلَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. And we reveal to you the reminder. وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرَ. Why? لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ مَا نُزِّلَ إِلَيْهِمْ. So that you may make clear to the people what was revealed to them. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself is telling us that one of the roles, one of the functions of the Prophet and Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam is tabyin. Right? Tubayyina, it comes from which verb? What are the defaults? What's the madi, the mudari, and the amr? And the masdar? For the verb itself, tubayyina. If you look at the verb tubayyina, this is the mudari. What would the madi, the mudari, amr, and command be? So every word, every verb you ever come across, right? A good practice is to identify the madi, mudari, amr, and masdar.
You said it's tubayyina.
Tubayyina.
So then
Good. Bayyana, bayyana, and the mudari'u yubayyinu. Bayyana, yubayyinu, and the amr is bayyin, and the masdar? Masdar for verb form 2 is always on a particular pattern. Tabyin, taf'eel. Right, verb form 2 is always taf'eel. That's what's called babu taf'eel. So bayyana, yubayyinu, bayyin, tabyinan. Right? So tabyin It means to clarify, means to explain, to make clear. So the Prophet ﷺ, his responsibility is to clarify, to explain, to make the meanings of the Quran clear. Right? وَمَا أَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا لِتُبَيِّنَ لَهُمُ الَّذِي اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ وَهُدًى وَرَحْمَةً لِقَوْمٍ يُؤْمِنُونَ. And we have not revealed to you the book, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, except for you to make clear to them that wherein they have differed, and as guidance and mercy for people who believe. So again, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying that your responsibility is tabyin, right? To clarify, to make clear, to explain. واضح? Highlighting this idea that the Sunnah clarifies and explains the Quran. There's a famous narration from Al-Imran ibn Husayn radiyallahu anhuma, that one day he was sitting in a gathering and he was narrating a hadith. So he had a halaqah, he had a gathering, and he was narrating hadith to his students. And someone came and joined that gathering. And when he heard hadith, he remarked, لا تحدثنا إلا بالقرآن. That don't speak to us with anything but the Quran. Right? The person basically was making an objection that why are you narrating hadith? Why don't you teach the Quran to us instead? So Imran radiallahu anhu, instead of becoming upset, angry, he said, Udnu, right? Come closer. And he had him sit next to him and he said, look, if you were to just look at the Quran by itself, if you were to rely on the Quran by itself, would you know that Salatul Dhuhr is made up of 4 raka'at, and Salatul Asr is 4 raka'at, Maghrib is 3, Fajr is 2, and you have to recite Al-Fatiha in each raka'ah. Would you know that when you do tawaf, you have to walk around the Kaaba 7 times? When you do sa'i, you have to walk between Safa and Marwa 7 times. And the answer is obviously no. That none of these details are mentioned where? In the Quran. Right? When it comes to salah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Aqimu salah, establish prayer. But nowhere in the Quran do we find the method of praying and how to pray. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ, pay zakah. Nowhere in the Quran does it mention how much zakah to give, that 2.5%. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلْيَطَّوَّفُوا بِالْبَيْتِ الْعَتِيقِ, that perform tawaf around the ancient house. But nowhere does it mention how, or how many times do you walk around the Kaaba. Right? Nowhere does it mention how to do sa'i and how many times. All of these details come from the practice, from the teachings of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So Imran radiallahu anhu then told them that, O people, take from us, because by Allah, if you don't, you will go astray. So this incident, it makes it very clear that the Sunnah gives us the details of what's mentioned in the Quran. And that's why Al-Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, he would say, لولا السنة ما فهم أحد منا القرآن. If it wasn't for the Sunnah, none of us would have understood the Quran. Al-Imam al-Shafi'i rahimahullah said, جميع ما تقوله الأئمة شرح للسنة وجميع السنة شرح للقرآن. Everything the Imams say is an explanation of the Sunnah, and the entire Sunnah is an explanation of the Quran. So that's one point that the scholars focus on, that the Sunnah is so important, Hadith are so important, because they clarify and explain the meanings of the Quran. The second reason they discuss is that it is wajib to do ita'atul rasul. Ita'atul rasuli wajibah. There are several verses in the Quran that make it explicitly clear that it's obligatory, it's mandatory to follow the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That Ya ayyuhal ladhina amanu ati'u Allah wa ati'u ar-rasula wa ulil amri minkum. That, O you who believe, O people of Iman, O you who believe in Allah, His Messenger, the last day, obey Allah, obey the Messenger, and those in authority among you. Ati'u Allah, obey Allah. Ati'u ar-Rasul, obey the Messenger. And this is Sighatul Amr. And you're going to learn in Usul al-Shashi al-Sir al-Amru li-wujub. That is a basic Usul al-Fiqh, that any or the majority of the time Amr li-wujub, unless there's something to prove otherwise. Right? And Ulul Amr, this term Ulul Amr is an interesting term, and it's been discussed by the Mufassirun in several ways.
there's two major opinions. Right? One of them is that it's referring to the political authority. Ulul Amr is referring to the political authority, but there's others that mention it's referring to the religious authority. And there's no contradiction in either. You can take both. That if you are in a position where you're living under a particular political authority or the religious authority, like the local scholar, the local imam, we are required to obey them, right? As long as they're not telling us to disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ إِن كُنتُمْ تُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. And if you disagree over anything, if there happens to be a disagreement, a misunderstanding, then refer it back to Allah and His Messenger. If you truly believe in Allah and the last day, ذَلِكَ خَيْرٌ وَأَحْسَنُ تَأْوِيلًا. That is the best way. Or that is the best way. مَن يُطِعِ الرَّسُولَ فَقَدْ أَطَاعَ اللَّهَ. Whoever obeys the Messenger has obeyed whom? Allah. And whoever obeys the Messenger has obeyed Allah. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made the obedience of His Messenger, right, on par with obeying Himself. وَمَا كَانَ لِمُؤْمِنٍ وَلَا مُؤْمِنَةٍ إِذَا قَضَى اللَّهُ وَرَسُولُهُ أَمْرًا أَن يَكُونَ لَهُمُ الْخِيَرَةُ مِنْ أَمْرِهِمْ وَمَن يَعْصِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ فَقَدْ ضَلَّ ضَلَالًا مُبِينًا. It is not for a believing man or a believing woman, when Allah and His Messenger have decided a matter, that they should thereafter have any choice about their affair. And whoever disobeys Allah and His Messenger has certainly strayed into clear error. Right? Over here, we're being told that when Allah decrees something, when Allah gives a ruling, whether it's a command, whether it's a prohibition, when the Prophet ﷺ gives a command or a prohibition, as believers, we have no what? There's no choice. We're supposed to سَمِعْنَا وَأَطَعْنَا. We've heard and we obey. وَمَن يَعْصِ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولَهُ فَقَدْ ضَلَّ ضَلَالًا مُبِينًا. And whoever disobeys Allah and His Messenger has certainly strayed into clear error. وَمَا آتَاكُمُ الرَّسُولُ فَخُذُوهُ وَمَا نَهَاكُمْ عَنْهُ فَانْتَهُوا. Whatever the Messenger has given you, take. And whatever He has forbidden you, refrain from it. قُلْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهَ فَاتَّبِعُونِي يُحْبِبْكُمُ اللَّهُ وَيَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ ذُنُوبَكُمْ وَاللَّهُ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. Right, this is a very powerful verse. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, قُلْ, right, tell your companions, tell your community, tell your followers, إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهَ. If you truly love Allah, فَاتَّبِعُونِي, then do my ittiba'. Right, ittiba' is a masdar from which verb? Ittiba' is a masdar from which verb? What's the past tense? Ittaba'a. Right, the past tense is ittaba'a. The mudari'u, yattabi'u, the amr, ittabi', and the masdar, ittiba'un. Ittiba'un. This is verb form number 8. Ifti'a. Right, verb form number 8. Good. All right, ittiba'. What are the root letters? Good. Ta, ba, and ayn. So the verb form 1 is tabi'a. Right? Tabi'a yatba'u means to follow. Ittiba' is more exaggerated. Right? It's a more emphasized following. And that's why it's often translated as like following closely. Fattabi'uni, then follow me closely. Right? Follow my example closely. If you do so, يُحْبِبُكُمُ اللَّهُ. Allah will love you. وَيَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ ذُنُوبَكُمْ. And He will forgive your sins. وَاللَّهُ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. And Allah is the most forgiving, the most merciful. And there's several ahadith of the Prophet ﷺ that speak about the importance of holding on to his guidance in every single thing. Big or small, significant, insignificant, doesn't matter. عليكم بسنتي وسنة الخلفاء الراشدين المهديين عضوا عليها بالنواجذ. That you have to adhere to my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali radiallahu anhum. Bite down onto it with your molars, meaning hold on tight and don't let go. واضح? I would say perhaps in the past 200 years, there was this movement that was actually, it was born in India, which is the Quranist movement. Right? That they argue that as Muslims, you're only obligated and required to follow the Quran, and that there's no authority to the Sunnah, there's no authority to Hadith. They dismiss the authority of Hadith, they dismiss the authority of the Sunnah, or they consider it to be of a very low level authority. And this movement never really caught on. It might have gained some flares of popularity, and that goes just to this principle, khalaf tu'raf. If you go against the grain, you become what? You become popular, you become known. Right? Anyone who's who likes to go against the mainstream and likes to be a maverick and likes to be independent, they always become popular, they become well known. But the movement died out fairly quickly because there are so many rebuttals. Right? The scholars did an excellent job of completely decimating their ideology, their movement in a very thorough and academic manner. But for some reason in the past, maybe 10 years, the movement is having a little bit of a revival. And you see people that are influenced by that thought, and they're also heavily influenced by Orientalism. And one of their main arguments is that the entire corpus of Sunnah is unreliable, that the corpus of Hadith is unreliable because Hadith are reports, and these reports were not documented until 100 or 200 years after the death of the Prophet ﷺ. But as we should know by now, that claim is unsound. It's incorrect. It's academically dishonest because the ahadith were recorded during the time of the Prophet ﷺ. And then the scholars from the earliest generations developed a very refined system of authenticating these reports to ensure that they can be traced back, right, reliably to the Prophet ﷺ. The third reason that's highlighted is that the Prophet ﷺ is our role model. لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ وَذَكَرَ اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. That indeed in the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you have a beautiful example, a good example to follow. لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ. For the one who believes in Allah in the last day and remembers Allah frequently. So we know that the Prophet ﷺ is the most perfect example of a human being to walk on the face of this earth. And he is the ideal role model for us to follow in every single thing that he did. In his personal life, in his social life, communal life, economic, political life. And that he was a physical manifestation of the teachings of the Quran. That the Prophet ﷺ was a walking Quran. And that's why Aisha radiallahu anha would say, كَانَ خُلُقُهُ الْقُرْآنِ. That his character was the Quran. And the Prophet ﷺ had the most beautiful and sublime character and manners. He was extremely kind, gentle, caring, friendly, affable, generous, compassionate, patient, forbearing, forgiving, brave, humble, and simple. He dealt with people in the most beautiful way possible. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala praises his character in the Quran. وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. That verily you, O Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, are upon this exalted standard of character. You are on this exalted standard of character. Because of the importance of hadith, right, historically, we have seen that in every generation, there's always a group of scholars that has dedicated their energy, their time, their effort to preserving, compiling, propagating, teaching the ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this started from the very, very early days of Islam, literally from the time of the companions. And that effort continues in the modern era, and it will continue until the end of times. So one of the most important collections of hadith we have today that gives us a comprehensive representation of the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ is Jami'u Tirmidhi. So what we're going to do is, before jumping into the book, we're going to read Al-Madkhal. We're going to read an introduction to Tirmidhi itself. I think I might have shared the PDF on the WhatsApp group of this book. Let me check. Yeah. So the PDF is At-Ta'rif al-Wajiz. If you can, open up that PDF, inshallah. At-Ta'rif al-Wajiz. I'll share it on the screen for the recording. All right, so we're going to read through this. It's not too long, but it's a very, very beneficial, concise, and brief introduction to the Jami' of Imam Tirmidhi. It's going to give us a brief biography of Imam Tirmidhi himself, and then how the book is structured, how it's organized, some of its unique features, and some of the most important commentaries on it as well. So if you have the PDF, this is page 94 in the PDF. Okay, page 94 in the PDF. And mashallah, our students from last year, they had a project of translating it. So they translated this section of the book, and they did a really good job, mashallah. They did a really, really good job. So I'll share that translation as well. Let's see. Share it on the group. So just share their translation as well on the WhatsApp group. But Bismillah. Right. منهج الإمام الترمذي في كتابه الجامع أو السنن. So his collection, sometimes you'll hear people calling it Jami' al-Tirmidhi, and sometimes you'll hear people calling it Sunan al-Tirmidhi. And that's because it can be classified as both a Jami' as well as a Sunan. So if you remember all the way back to year one, when we did the intro to Ulum al-Hadith, we went through the different genres of Hadith literature. Right? There's different genres of Hadith collections. One of them is called a Jami'. A Jami' is a Hadith collection that contains a Hadith that cover all of the 8 major topics that are mentioned in Hadith. So there are 8 major topics that are mentioned in the Ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The first is al-aqaid, the second ahkam, the third adab, the fourth tafsir, the fifth siyar, the sixth is fitan, the seventh is ashrat al-sa'a, and the 8th is manaqib. Right, these are the 8 major topics that you are going to come across in the ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Again, number 1, al-aqaid, which refers to beliefs. That would be like Kitab al-Iman, right? Kitab al-Qada and Qadar. Then you have ahkam. This is referring to ahadith al-ahkam. So all the hadith that talk about tahara, salah, zakah, sawm, hajj, nikah, talaq, buyu, etc. Make sense? Then you have tafsir. Right? All the ahadith that speak about tafsir and the various surah of the Quran. Then you have siyar. Siyar usually refers to the military campaigns of the Prophet ﷺ. So the hadith about jihad, the hadith about the battle of Badr and Uhud and Khandaq, Fathu Makkah, etc. Then you have adab, the hadith on etiquette, like adab al-akli wal-shurbi wal-libas. Then you have the hadith of fitan, trials and tribulations. Then you have the hadith of ashrat al-sa'a, signs of the Day of Judgment. and Manaqib al-Sahaba, the virtues of the companions. So it's called Jami' al-Tirmidhi because this collection is a jami'. It has a hadith on all 8 of these topics. A Sunan is a hadith collection that's organized according to the chapters of fiqh, meaning they only focus on ahadith al-ahkam, like the Sunan of Abi Dawood, the Sunan of Ibn Majah, right? Also the Sunan of Tirmidhi. It's also a Sunan because at the beginning it's organized according to the chapters of fiqh. It begins with Tahara, then Salah, then Zakah, then Sawm, then Hajj, etc. Make sense? So it's both a Jami' and it's also a Sunan, and that's why some people call it Jami' al-Tirmidhi and other people call it Sunan al-Tirmidhi. Make sense? All right. المطلب الأول نبذة عن ترجمة المصنف. A glimpse from the biography of the author. هو أبو عيسى محمد بن عيسى بن ثورة الترمذي السلمي الإمام الثقة أحد الحفاظ المبرزين والعلماء المتمكنين من معرفة العلل في الحديث. His name is Abu Isa. That's his kunya. The kunya was Abu Isa. Muhammad ibn Isa. He is Muhammad, the son of Isa. Ibn Sawra, the son of Sawra. At-Tirmidhi, As-Sulami. Al-Imam Al-Thiqa, the reliable Imam. Ahad al-Huffaz al-Mubarrazin, one of the prominent hadith scholars. والعلماء المتمكنين من معرفة العلل في الحديث, and one of the well-versed ones in recognizing the hidden defects in hadith, and that was really his expertise. Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi was an expert in ilal. Ilal refers to, is the plural of illa. In hadith studies, it refers to hidden defects in the asanid. If there's some slight hidden obscure defect, Imam al-Tirmidhi was an expert in identifying it and highlighting it and pointing it out. So all of us, inshallah, should be familiar with his name. Abu Isa, Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi. Abu Isa, Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi. ولد بترمذ سنة 200. He was born in the city of Tirmidh in the year 200. وتوفي ببلدة بوغ سنة 279. And he passed away in the city of Bugh in the year 279. Right, both of these cities are in modern day Uzbekistan. Right, Tirmidh is located in modern day Uzbekistan, and so is Bugh. وسمع الحديث من شيوخ كثيرين في خراسان والعراق والحجاز لا يحصى عددهم وكان من خواص تلاميذ الإمام البخاري. He heard hadith from several scholars. Right? He heard hadith from several scholars. In Khurasan, Iraq, Hijaz, لا يحصى عددهم. Their number cannot be counted. Hundreds if not thousands of shuyukh. وكان من خواص تلاميذ الإمام البخاري. And he was among the special students of Imam Bukhari. Right? So Imam al-Bukhari is one of his teachers, and he actually quotes Imam Bukhari quite often. Right? As we're reading through At-Tirmidhi, we are going to notice that he quotes his teacher, Imam al-Bukhari, quite often, rahimahullah. Go ahead and continue, yeah? وقد أثنى
عليه أئمة الحديث وحفاظه. قال الحافظ أبو سعد بن عبد الرحمن بن محمد الإدريسي توفي the 5400 هجري أحد.
Which one? The Arabic? It's in the WhatsApp group.
أحد الأئمة الذين يقتضى بهم في علم الحديث صنف كتاب الجامع والتواريخ والعلم تصنيف رجل عالم متقن كان يضرب به المثل في الحفظ.
نعم. وقد أثنى عليه أئمة الحديث وحفاظه. The scholars of hadith and its experts praised him. قال الحافظ أبو سعد عبد الرحمن بن محمد الإدريسي. Right, he said, أحد الأئمة. He is one of the imams. الذي يقتدى بهم في علم الحديث. Who should be followed in the knowledge of hadith. صنف كتاب الجامع. He authored الجامع والتواريخ والعلل تصنيف رجل عالم متقن. Right, the works of a learned, precise scholar. كان يضرب به المثل في الحفظ, and he would be given as an example in terms of his memorization. He had an amazing memory. I guess you could call it like an audiographic memory. As soon as he heard something, it would be memorized.
ومن مصنفاته ومن مصنفاته في الحديث السنن والعلل الكبير والعلل الصغير والشمائل النبوية.
ومن مصنفاته, and among his written works in hadith is as-sunan, which is what we're studying. والعلل الكبير was another book on علل. والعلل الصغير and الشمائل النبوية, or what's also known as الشمائل المحمدية.
المطلب الثاني تعريف الكتاب. أولا تسميته. سمى المصنف الإمام الترمذي هذا الكتاب الجامع المختصر من السنن عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ومعرفة الصحيح والمعلول وما عليه العمل، لكنه عرف واشتهر سنن الترمذي وجامع الترمذي نسبة إلى المصنف.
Alright, so التعريف بالكتاب, a brief introduction to the book. أولا تسميته, number one, its title, right, its name. The author, Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi, named this book الجامع المختصر من السنن عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ومعرفة الصحيح والمعلول وما عليه العمل. That's the actual title. Right, the actual title that he gave this work is Al-Jami'u. So every word here is important. You know, in the past, especially during the time of Imam al-Tirmidhi and things like that, writing books and compiling books was something new. So their titles were very descriptive. So every word in this title has a meaning behind it. Al-Jami'u, meaning that this is a comprehensive collection that's going to cover a hadith of those 8 topics. Al-Mukhtasaru is going to be an abridgment. That the objective is not to compile all the hadith available. It's going to be what? A selection, an abridgment. Min as-sunan, of the sunan from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, meaning that all the reports are going to be marfu'. All the reports, all the narrations that are compiled in his book are going to be marfu'. Going back to whom? The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Wa ma'rifati as-sahih wal ma'lul, and recognizing and knowing the authentic and the defective. As-sahih meaning the one that's authentic, al-ma'lul, the hadith that has an illah, that has a defect in it. وَمَا عَلَيْهِ الْعَمَلُ, and what practice is upon. And we're going to read later on that one of the objectives of Imam Tirmidhi in compiling this work was to compile all the hadith that are acted upon by some jurist. There's some jurist out there that's recognized that acts upon this particular hadith. So even he says, and we're going to read the quote, that every single hadith that I have recorded in this work is acted upon by some jurist except for 2. There's 2 hadith that no jurist acts upon, and he'll mention what those are. Wadih? So what I want everyone to memorize, inshallah, is the name of the author, Abu Isa, Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi, and the name of the book, the actual name. Al-Jami'u al-Mukhtasaru min as-Sunani عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ومعرفة الصحيح والمعلول وما عليه العمل. لكنه عرف واشتهر بسنن الترمذي. However, it became more well known and popular simply as what? Sunan al-Tirmidhi or Jami' al-Tirmidhi, nisbatan ila al-musannif, attributing it to the author. That's what we say for the sake of ease and brevity. we just call it جامع الترمذي instead of saying this whole title every time. Right? الجامع المختصر من السنن إلى آخره. نعم.
ثانيا مكانته بين كتب الحديث، وهو رابع الكتب الستة، ويأتي مرتبة في كتب السنن الأربعة بعد سنن أبي داود، ويشتمل على الأحاديث الصحاح والحسان والضعاف.
نعم. مكانته بين كتب الحديث, its status among other books of hadith. وهو رابع الكتب الستة. It is the fourth of the 6 major books of hadith. Meaning, if you were to put the 6 books in sequence of authenticity, it goes Bukhari, Muslim, Abu Dawood, then Tirmidhi. Right? Bukhari, Muslim, Abu Dawood, Tirmidhi, then Nasa'i and Ibn Majah. So he's saying it's the fourth. Right? It's the fourth of the 6 books. ويأتي مرتبة في كتب السنن الأربعة بعد سنن أبي داود. And if you're just looking at the sunan, then it comes after Abu Dawood. ويشتمل على الأحاديث الصحاح والحسان والضعاف. And it includes hadith that are authentic, those that are hasan, and also those that are what? ضعيف. Right? Imam al-Tirmidhi, he has included hadith that are classified and ranked as being authentic, and also those that are classified as being hasan, and also those that are even classified as being da'if. But he himself grades the hadith. And that's one of the unique features of Tirmidhi, that he himself mentions the what? His grading. According to him, according to his standards, he will mention the grading of each hadith.
وقد بين الإمام الترمذي هذا الكتاب
So the previous ولم يخرج
ولم يخرج فيه الإمام الترمذي إلا حديثا قد عمل به الفقهاء. أما الأمر الذي حفزه على تصنيف هذا الكتاب فهو أنه أراد أن يجمع فيه الأدلة التي استدل بها الفقهاء من أحاديث وآثار، فيتكلم عليها ويكشف عن عللها ويبين حالها من حيث الصحة والضعف.
نعم. ولم يخرج فيه الإمام الترمذي إلا حديثا قد عمل به الفقهاء. Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi did not record a narration that was not acted upon by the scholars of fiqh, by the jurists. Meaning every hadith that's recorded in this collection is a hadith that's acted upon by somewhat, some faqih, except for 2 which he mentions. أما الأمر الذي حفزه على تصنيف هذا الكتاب. And as for what drove him to compiling this book, فهو أنه أراد أن يجمع فيه الأدلة التي استدل بها الفقهاء من أحاديث وآثار. What drove him to compile this book is that he wanted to gather the ahadith and reports that were used as evidence by the scholars of fiqh, by the jurists. That was the motivating factor. Or he wanted a compilation of hadith that were used as evidence by the fuqaha. فَيَتَكَلَّمُ عَلَيْهَا. And then he does what? He discusses them. He comments on them. وَيَكْشِفُ عَنْ عِلَلِهَا. And he exposes their defects. وَيُبَيِّنُ حَالَهَا مِنْ حَيْثُ الصِّحَّةِ وَالضَّعْفِ. And he clarifies their status, their condition in terms of authenticity and weakness. نعم.
وقد بين الإمام الترمذي هذا الكتاب كتاب العلم، وقد شرحه الحافظ ابن رجب الحنبلي شرحا وافيا، ويحتوى الأصل وشرحه على فوائد نفيسة
على فوائد غير منصرف. النفيسة والبدع صفة.
على فوائد نفيسة لا يستغني عنها الدارسون للحديث النبوي وعلومه.
نعم. وقد ذيل الإمام الترمذي هذا الكتاب بكتاب العلل. الإمام الترمذي appended this book with كتاب العلل, meaning at the end of Jami' al-Tirmidhi, he added another short book called Kitab al-Ilm. And Kitab al-Ilm, basically, it explains his methodology. And it explains what some of the defects in hadith could be. وَقَدْ شَرَحَهُ الْحَافِظُ ابْنُ رَجَبْ الْحَنْبَلِي رَحِمَهُ اللَّهُ شَرْحًا وَافِيًا. Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali commented on it, and he did it justice, right? He did a great job in commenting on it. ويحتوي الأصل وشرحه على فوائد نفيسة. And the original work, meaning Kitab al-Ilal, in this commentary, right? It's the original work, and the commentary by Ibn Rajab contains several very valuable benefits. So if you ever have the time, inshallah, it would be good to read through that, inshallah. لا يستغني عنها الدارسون للحديث النبوي وعلومه. That anyone studying hadith, the prophetic hadith, and its sciences, they're not free of it. They should read it and look at it. نعم. ثالثا ثناء العلماء عليه.
قال الإمام ابن الأثير الجزري وهذا كتابه الصحيح وأحسن الكتب وأكثرها فائدة وأحسنها ترتيبا وأقلها تكرارا وفيه ما ليس في غيره من ذكر المذاهب ووجوه الاستدلال
تبيين
أنواع الحديث من الصحيح والحسن والغريب وفيه جرح وتعديل.
نعم. قال الإمام ابن الأثير الجزري, right, a very famous scholar of the past, right? He writes, وهذا كتابه, right? And this book of his, meaning جامع الترمذي, أحسن الكتب وأكثرها فائدة, right, is one of the best books and one of the greatest in terms of benefit. وأحسنها ترتيبا, and one of the best in terms of organization. وأقلها تكرارا, and the least in terms of repetition. So he's highlighting some unique features of Tirmidhi, of this book. Number one, has a lot of benefit in it. Right? Number two, it's well organized. Number three, there's very little repetition, as opposed to Sahih al-Bukhari, which has a lot of what? A lot of repetition. وَفِيهِ مَا لَيْسَ فِي غَيْرِهِ, and in it, you find benefits that aren't found in the other books, the other 6 books. مِنْ ذِكْرِ الْمَذَاهِبِ. He actually mentions the madhahib of the fuqaha. Right? Like we're gonna, the way the book is structured is that you have the chapter title, then he mentions the hadith with the isnad. Right? حدثنا قال حدثنا, then he brings the matan. After the matan, he actually mentions the grade. And then he says, وَفِي الْبَابِ, he might mention the other companions that narrate a similar hadith. Then he mentions the madhahib regarding it. Right? What did the Shafi'i say? What did the Hanbali say? What did the Maliki say? Etc. Make sense? So he's the only one out of the Kutub al-Sittah that does that. وَوُجُوهُ الْإِسْتِدْلَالِ, and sometimes he even mentions like how they use the hadith as evidence. وَتَبْيِينِ أَنْوَاعِ الْحَدِيثِ, and he also clarifies the category of the hadith in terms of being sahih, hasan, and gharib. وَفِيهِ جَرْحٌ وَتَعْدِيلٌ, and he also praises narrators and criticizes them. Right? Jarh is when you critique a narrator, and ta'deel is when you declare them to have adala. He also does that. So it's a very unique book. It's very, very unique in terms of the other 6 books of hadith, or all the 6 books of hadith.
رابعا عدد أحاديثه وكتبه وأبوابه. عدد أحاديثه يبلغ عددها نحو من 56
900 3000
حديثا، وقد يكون أكثر من هذا أو أقل لأن تعيينه على وجه أصح صعب بسبب اختلاف نسخ هذا الكتاب.
نعم. The number of hadith and the number of units and the number of chapters. عدد أحاديثه, the number of hadith reaches approximately 3,956. So inshallah, this year we're going to be reading 3,500 or 3,956 hadith approximately. And depending upon the edition, the number, there's some plus or minus because of different editions and different versions of the book. So there's some plus and minus, but about 3,900 hadith. عدد كتبه
يبلغ عددها
51.
51 كتابا أولها كتاب الطهارة وآخرها كتاب المناقب عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم.
Now, the number of kutub, right? The way the books are organized, you have kitab, and under the kitab you have abwab. So I like to translate kitab as unit. Right? That's the unit. So there's 51 units in the collection. Right? 51 units in the collection. The first being Kitab al-Tahara, the book of Tahara, the unit on purification. And the last being Kitab al-Manaqib, the book on the virtues of the companions from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Adadu abwabihi, the number of chapters.
يبلغ عددنا 31 و200 و2000 كتابا. المطلب الثالث منهجه في تصنيف هذا الكتاب.
Right, so in terms of chapters, there's 2,231 chapters in the book. Now, manhajuhu, his methodology in writing the book.
أولا شرطه في الكتاب اعتمد الإمام الترمذي في هذا الكتاب على إخراج الأحاديث التي عمل بها العلماء والفقهاء وقد عبر عن ذلك بقوله جميع ما في هذا الكتاب من الحديث هو مأمور به وبه أخذ بعض أهل العلم ما خلا حديثين لكنه لم يلتزم في هذا الكتاب بذكر جميع الأحاديث المأمور بها لأنه بنى هذا الكتاب عن الاختصار حيث قال في ختامه وقد وضعنا هذا الكتاب على اختصار لما رجونا فيه من المنفعة.
Right, so أولا شرطه في الكتاب, right, his conditions for the book, right, what was he trying to do? اعتمد الإمام الترمذي في هذا الكتاب على إخراج الأحاديث التي عمل بها العلماء والفقهاء. That in this book, Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi relied on recording narrations that were acted upon by scholars and jurists. Right, that's what his intention was. I'm going to compile ahadith that are acted upon by the scholars and the jurists. وَقَدْ عَبَّرَ عَنْ ذَلِكَ بِقَوْلِهِ, and he expressed this by saying, جَمِيعُ مَا فِي هَذَا الْكِتَابِ مِنَ الْحَدِيثِ هُوَ مَعْمُولٌ بِهِ. All of the narrations in this book are acted upon. وَبِهِ أَخَذَ بَعْضُ أَهْلِ الْعِلْمِ, and some scholars acted upon them or took them مَا خَلَى حَدِيثَيْن, except for 2 hadith. So all of the 3,900 plus ahadith, there's some faqih out there that takes it and uses it as what? As proof, as evidence, and acts upon it, except for 2. And if you look at the footnote, he mentions them, the 2. أولهما حديث عبد الله بن عباس رضي الله عنهما أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم جمع بين الظهر والعصر بالمدينة والمغرب والعشاء من غير خوف ولا سفر ولا مطر. That the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم combined between Dhuhr and Asr in Medina, meaning he wasn't traveling. He was what? Muqim, he was in Medina. And he combined between Dhuhr and Asr. And he also combined between Maghrib and Isha. And there was no khawf, there was no travel, there was no what? Rain. Meaning for no apparent reason. For no apparent reason, the Prophet ﷺ combined what? Dhuhr, Asr, and Maghrib and Isha. So Imam Tirmidhi says no faqih acts upon this. Because they say for jam' bayna salatain, there has to be a sabab, which is either what? Traveling, khawf, or rain, according to the Shafi'i, right? Some Hanafis say that, this is not correct. We say the Hanafis act upon this because we understand this to mean al-jam'u suri. Right? The Hanafis can still act upon this because we think it's jam'u suri. Right? The second one, حديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أنه قال إذا شرب الخمر فاجلدوا فإن عاد في الرابعة فاقتلوا. That when someone drinks wine, right, they should be given lashes, and but if they come back a 4th time, if they're found guilty the 4th time, then kill them. No one acts upon this. They just understand this to be tashdeed, that this was said by the Prophet to show the severity. ثم قال الترمذي وقد بينا علة الحديثين جميعا في الكتاب. And I explained, or we have explained, the defect of both hadith in my book. And we'll come across that. When we come across these hadith, he will mention why he thinks these hadith are not acted upon and why they're not, at least according to him, to be strong enough as evidence, strong enough as proof. واضح? لكنه لم يلتزم في هذا الكتاب بذكر جميع الأحاديث المعمول بها. However, he did not commit to mentioning all of the narrations that have been acted upon. Make sense? That wasn't his goal. لأنه بنى هذا الكتاب على الاختصار. Because he built this book upon brevity. حيث قال في ختامه, right, as he mentioned in his conclusion, وقد وضعنا هذا الكتاب على الاختصار لما رجونا فيه من المنفعة. That we have built this book upon brevity because of the benefit we hoped for in it. Meaning, the shorter the book, the easier it is for people to do what? Read and digest and understand. واضح؟ نعم. كما
أنه أورد في هذا الكتاب بعض الأحاديث المعلولة ليبين عندها ويكشف موجبات ردها، وأخرج أيضا بعض الأحاديث شديدة الضعف لأنها تتمم فهم الصحيح أو تتعذر بالصحيح. ولم يورد في هذا الكتاب أحاديث الراوي شديد الضعف، وإذا أورد له حديثا فإنه قد بينه بحسب اجتهاده.
نعم. كما أنه أورد في هذا الكتاب بعض الأحاديث المعلولة ليبين علتها. He also records in this book some defective narrations. Right, some defective narrations, but in order to clarify their deficiencies, their hidden defects. Right, that's why he mentions them. He records these ma'lul hadith to highlight what the illa is. وَيَكْشِفَ مُوجِبَاتِ رَدِّهَا, and to uncover the reasons for rejecting them. وَأَخْرَجَ أيضا بعض الأحاديث شديدة الضعف. He also included some very weak narrations. تُتَمِّمُ فَهْمَ الصَّحِيحِ, because they help complete the understanding of what? Authentic narrations. Right? This very weak narration, it helps you understand the authentic narration. أو تتعضد بالصحيح, or it can be supported by sahih, meaning that it might be weak, but because there's other sahih narrations, it elevates it to being hadith hasan لغيره. ولم يورد في هذا الكتاب أحاديث الراوي شديد الضعف. But he did not mention in this book the hadith of a narrator who is extremely, extremely weak. وإذا أورد له حديثا, and if he did record a hadith from one of them, فإنه قد بينه بحسب اجتهاده, he would then explain it according to his own scholarly understanding or scrutiny. نعم.
ثانيا منهجه في تقديم الأبواب. رتب الإمام الترمذي أحاديث هذا الكتاب على الأبواب الفقهية والموضوعات العلمية، ومعظم أحاديث هذا الكتاب تدور حول الأحكام، ولأجل ذلك سميت السنن، وإن كان قد أورد في آخره الأحاديث في صفة القيامة والتفسير والمناقب على طريقة كتب الجوامع.
نعم. رتب الإمام الترمذي أحاديث هذا الكتاب على الأبواب الفقهية والموضوعات العلمية. Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi ordered the ahadith in this book based on the well-known ordering of fiqh books, fiqh chapters. Tahara, Salah, Zakah, Sawm, Hajj, Nikah, Talaq, Buyu, etc. والموضوعات العلمية and scholarly topics. ومعظم أحاديث هذا الكتاب تدور حول الأحكام. And the majority of the ahadith in this book revolve around legal rulings. ولهذا أو ولأجل ذلك سمي بالسنن, and that's why it's called a what? A sunan. That's what a sunan is. It's a hadith collection that compiles ahadith al-ahkam. وإن كان قد أورد في آخره الأحاديث في صفة القيامة والتفسير والمناقب على طريقة كتب الجوامع. Even though at the end of the book he has recorded ahadith that describe the day of judgment, tafsir, the virtues of the companions on the method of the jawami' works. نعم.
بدأ الإمام الترمذي هذا الكتاب بإبواب الطهارة وختمه بإبواب المناقب عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم، وذكر عقب كل كل حديث درجته إلا نادرا وأشار إلى شواهد حديث الباب بقوله وفي الباب عن فلان وفلان.
نعم. بدأ الإمام الترمذي, Imam al-Tirmidhi begins this book with the chapters on Tahara, and he concludes it with the chapters on Manaqib, the virtues of the companions, from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وذكر عقب كل حديث درجته إلا نادرا. And with few exceptions, he mentioned the grading after every hadith. And that's what makes this unique. Right? Tirmidhi is unique because he does that, except rarely. وأشار إلى شواهد حديث الباب. And he also indicates towards supporting narrations at the end by saying وفي الباب عن فلان وفلان. So for example, he'll mention the hadith, and then he'll say هذا حديث حسن صحيح وفي الباب. And regarding this topic, there's hadith from all these companions. Make sense? نعم.
وطريقة المصنف في تدوينه أنه يجمع أبوابا كثيرة في مساق واحد ويستعمل له عبارة أبواب مثل أبواب الطهارة وأبواب الصلاة. أما ترتيب أحاديث هذا الكتاب في الباب فإن المصنف قدم الأحاديث المعلولة حيث بدأ بالأحاديث الغريبة المعلولة ثم ذكر الأحاديث الصحيحة وغايته من ذلك تبيين ما في تلك الأحاديث من العلل ثم تبيين الصحيح في الإسناد وكان ذلك أغلب أي أنه قد يبدأ بالحديث الصحيح ثم يتبعه حديث آخر مثله في الصحة أو دونه.
نعم. وطريقة المصنف في تبويبه, the methodology of the author in chapters, in making the chapters of the book, أنه يجمع أبوابا كثيرة في مساق واحد. He combines many chapters into one chapter. Meaning, you know, most books they have kitab, and under the kitab he has different babs. Imam Tirmidhi, instead of using the word kitab, uses abwab. Let's say abwab al-taharati an Rasulillah, and then the first one will be babun fil wudu, babun, etc. That's all he's saying here. Make sense? Right? ويستعمل له عبارة أبواب مثل أبواب الطهارة وأبواب الصلاة. أما ترتيب أحاديث هذا الكتاب في الباب. As for the order of the ahadith within a chapter of the book, فإن المصنف قدم الأحاديث المعلولة. Then the author placed ahadith with subtle defects in the front. So usually he only mentions 2 or 3 hadith in every chapter. And his general methodology is to mention the defective report first. Right? He mentions the defective report first. حيث بدأ بالأحاديث الغريبة المعلولة ثم ذكر الأحاديث الصحيحة. Then he mentions the what? The authentic version. وغايته من ذلك, and his purpose in doing so, تبيين ما في تلك الأحاديث من العلل. Right? To clarify the subtle defects that are found in those hadith. ثم تبيين الصحيح في الإسناد. And then to make clear the sahih version of the isnad. وكان ذلك أغلبي. But that's just the general case. That's not a hard and fast rule. That's the general methodology. أي أنه قد يبدأ بالحديث الصحيح ثم يتبعه حديثا آخر مثله في الصحة أو دونه. That sometimes he might mention the sahih hadith first, and then afterwards mention another one that's the same level or even lower. منهجه في تراجم الأبواب. اقرأ يا زيان بسم الله.
Send the book in the group chat.
Yeah. بسم الله. Got it? We're on page 98 of the PDF. Okay.
Is this on Turab? Is this on Turab?
There might be. PDF didn't open? Got it? So page 98 of the PDF. منهجه. What says منهجه?
منهجه في جمع الشيوخ بالعطف. جمع الإمام الترمذي في هذا الكتاب بين شيوخه بالعطف بحرف الواو، وذلك طلبا للاختصار وعدم
منهجه في تراجم الأبواب. Page 98 of the PDF itself. The book is page 97.
أو منهجه في تراجم الأبواب. ترجم الإمام الترمذي في أبواب هذا الكتاب التراجم الظاهرة التي هي الغالبة فيه، كما ترجم لبعض الأبواب التراجم الخفية أي الاستنباطية التي هي قليلة، كما
يترجم
يترجم لبعض الأبواب التراجم المرسلة، وهي التي اكتفى فيها بقوله باب وباب من دون أن يعنون بشيء يدل على المضمون، وهي أيضا قليلة.
نعم. So ثالثا منهجه في تراجم الأبواب, his methodology regarding the titling of chapters. Right? تراجم الأبواب, تراجم is the plural of the word ترجمة. ترجمة, it means chapter title. And the reason why this is being highlighted is because when it comes to Al-Kutub al-Sitta, Imam al-Bukhari is the most detailed when it comes to Tarajum al-Abwab. And he's very cryptic. He gives very cryptic chapter titles. And sometimes the chapter title and the hadith, there seems to be no apparent connection. The other authors, like Imam al-Tirmidhi, they don't do that. Their chapter titles are very direct, very clear. So he says, ترجم الإمام الترمذي لأبواب هذا الكتاب التراجم الظاهرة التي هي الغالبة فيه. The Imam al-Tirmidhi mostly titles the chapters of this book using clear chapter titles. They're absolutely what? They're clear, they make sense. Whatever the chapter title says, that's what the hadith is speaking about. كما ترجم لبعض الأبواب التراجم الخفية. However, he did title some chapters using more hidden titles. الاستنباطية, that he wants you to derive the ruling from it. التي هي قليلة, but that's very rare. كما يترجم لبعض الأبواب التراجم المرسلة. He also left some of the chapter titles without a title at all. وهي التي اكتفى فيها بقوله باب. And they are the ones that he sufficed with simply saying bab. Or babun min, a chapter on it. دون أن يعنون بشيء يدل على المضمون. Without mentioning anything that would indicate the content within it. وهي أيضا قليلة, but that's also infrequent. And we'll come across that, right? As we're reading the book, we'll see that most of the chapter titles, they're direct, they're clear, they're explicit, they're unambiguous. Sometimes there might be like a little bit of an obscure chapter title, and sometimes he might not give the chapter title at all. He might just say babun. نعم. رابعا
منهجه في الحكم على الأحاديث. يذكر الإمام الترمذي حكمه على كل حديث بعد نهاية لفظ الحديث، وفي ذلك له مصطلح حات حاصة وسيأتي تعريف وجيز عنه.
نعم. يذكر الإمام الترمذي حكمه على كل حديث بعد نهاية لفظ الحديث. الإمام الترمذي mentions his ruling, his grading on every hadith after the end of the wording of the hadith. He does that, right? He'll mention the hadith and then he'll say هذا حديث صحيح, هذا حديث حسن صحيح, هذا حديث حسن, هذا حديث غريب. He'll mention the actual what? Grading. وفي ذلك له مصطلحات خاصة. And in that, he has his own unique nomenclature. He has his own unique terminology. So, you know, like we studied earlier in Mustalah al-Hadith, what Hasan, Sahih, and all that are, Imam Tirmidhi's definitions are a little bit different because he predates Mustalah al-Hadith. Right? Imam Tirmidhi, in terms of history, he came before Mustalah al-Hadith was codified and before these agreed upon definitions were developed. So his definition, for example, of Hasan is unique. Even his definition of Sahih is a little bit different. It's a little bit unique. His usage of the word gharib is also a little bit unique. And we're going to come across that in this introduction as well. وَسَيَأْتِي تَعْرِيفٌ وَجِيزٌ عَنْهَا. A brief explanation of these terms is coming up soon.
أن له اهتماما خاصا في هذا الكتاب في العلل القادحة في صحة الحديث، حيث إنه أراد في آخر هذا الكتاب جزءا لذكر أنواع من علل الحديث، وهو أثناء تعليله بالأحاديث يذكر ترجيح ما فيه خلاف بين الرفع والوقف أو الإرسال والوصل بصفة خاصة.
نعم. كما أن له اهتماما خاصا في هذا الكتاب بذكر العلل القادحة في صحة الحديث. In this book, he also places specific emphasis on subtle imperfections, on subtle defects that diminish the soundness of a hadith. Right? He pays attention to that. حيث إنه أفرد في آخر هذا الكتاب جزءا لذكر أنواع من علل الحديث. So much so that he designated a complete chapter at the end of the book to explain the different categories of subtle defects, of subtle imperfections in hadith. وهو أثناء تعليله للأحاديث يذكر ترجيح ما فيه خلاف بين الرفع والوقف أو الإرسال والوصل بصفة خاصة. And in a hadith that have a difference of opinion over them, such as whether the chain goes back to the Prophet ﷺ or it stops, or whether the companion narrator is skipped or not, he indicates his preference with very specific terminology. We'll do one more thing and then we'll take a break and switch to fiqh inshallah. خامسا منهجه في إيراد الأحاديث المرسلة والمنقطعة.
منهجه في إيراد الأحاديث المرسلة والمنقطعة. أخرج الإمام الترمذي في هذا الكتاب عديدا من الأحاديث المرسلة والمنقطعة، وهو في إيراد بالأحاديث المنقطعة يذكر عبارات تفيد الانقطاع، فأكثر ما يكون إسناده ليس بمتصل، وقد يكون مرسل، وفي بعض الأحيان يكون منقطع.
نعم. أخرج الإمام الترمذي في هذا الكتاب العديد من الأحاديث المرسلة والمنقطعة. In this book, Imam al-Tirmidhi has recorded numerous mursal and munqati ahadith. Al-ahadith al-mursala are those usually where the companion narrator is not mentioned. Munqati'ah, there's a break somewhere where? In the chain. وهو في إيراد الأحاديث المنقطعة يذكر عبارات تفيد الانقطاع. And when designating a hadith as munqati', he mentions considerations that substantiate the disconnect. Yani he highlights where it's broken. فأكثر ما يقول إسناده ليس بمتصل. Right? Oftentimes he says that its chain is not what? Connected. وقد يقول مرسل. And sometimes he just says it's what? مرسل. وفي بعض الأحيان يقول منقطع. He says it's broken. Now, according to the later mustalah, right? According to the later agreed upon mustalah, mursal and munqati' is different. Al-hadith al-mursal, according to istilah, is one where the companion narrator is missing from what? The chain. Munqati' is when there's a break where? Anywhere in the chain. Imam Tirmidhi uses both of these words synonymously. When he says mursal, it's not necessarily that what? That the companion narrator is missing. When he says mursal, he just means munqati'. He means there's a break somewhere in the chain. And that's why he'll say what? Isnaduhu laysa bi muttasilin. That also means mursal, that also means munqati'. Right, that's very important to understand again that Imam al-Tirmidhi, his time was before the time that Mustalah al-Hadith became codified. So he has kind of sometimes his own nomenclature, his own usage of these terms. So for Imam Tirmidhi, the word mursal and the word munqati' are essentially synonymous. Clear? Naqif huna inshallah. We'll finish this off. Not next week, because next week we have Dr. Akram, but the week after inshallah. Okay, yeah, we'll just finish this off when we resume inshallah. But for the time being, out of all this, what I really want you to take away is his name, Abu Isa, Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi, and the name of the book, and then just a general idea of how the book is structured. And we'll inshallah complete this when we come back. All right, so take a short 5-minute break, then we'll do some fiqh. Inshallah. All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, during the second session of class, I'm going to be teaching At-Tirmidhi along with Al-Ikhtiyar. And what we'll do is we'll like split the class basically in half or as much as possible. And we'll spend the first portion in Hadith. We'll spend the first portion with Tirmidhi. And we'll spend the second portion in Al-Ikhtiyar. So the book that we're going to be reading is titled Al-Ikhtiyar li Ta'lil al-Mukhtar. It's authored by Imam Al-Mawsili rahimahullah. And basically what he did is he first wrote a matan. And the name of the matan is Al-Mukhtar. Al-Mukhtaru lil-Fatwa. And the objective of the matan was to compile the positions of the madhab that are representative of Zahirul Riwayah. Meaning these are the mufta bihi. These are the positions, these are the opinions that are acted upon within the madhab. But it's just a matan. It just mentions the rulings. And then one of his students asked him, or some of his students asked, that why don't you write a commentary on it? So he did. And the commentary is called Al-Ikhtiyar. And in the commentary, he mentions the adillah, the evidences, both textual and rational. And he also mentions the intra-madhab ikhtilaf, right? The ikhtilafat that exist within the madhab. So this is considered to be like one daraja, right? One level above Mukhtasar al-Quduri. Mukhtasar al-Quduri is also a matan, and it covers the entire corpus of the Hanafi madhab. It's also the Mufta bihi, it's a reliable text. Al-Mukhtar al-Fatwa is very similar to Quduri, but then Al-Ikhtiyar, the commentary on it, is like a little bit more advanced. So before jumping into Al-Ikhtiyar for today, I think it's just a good idea to go through this brief overview of Hanafi fiqh literature. Right? Hanafi fiqh literature, that what are some of the most common works, what are some of the most common books, and it kind of helps you understand where Al-Mukhtar fits into the picture. So a unique feature of the Hanafi school is that juristic works were authored from the formative period, starting with the direct students of Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, Abu Yusuf and Imam Muhammad rahimahullah, the Sahiban. That's something very unique about the Hanafi madhab, that literature was part of the formative period. That Imam Abu Hanifa's direct students actually authored works. So the tradition of authoring works within the madhab has carried on throughout history until the modern era. Each successive generation has its own unique circumstances, interests, traditions, norms, and culture that influences jurists coloring their authoring of works, area of focus, and organizational structure of such works. Every generation produces works, short and long, building off the efforts of the previous generation that are more refined and organized. We're part of this tradition. Right? It's a tradition that builds upon what came in the past. Hanafi scholars authored works on fiqh, usul al-fiqh, al-qawa'id al-fiqhiyya, tafsir, and hadith. And the tradition of fiqh literature within the Hanafi school is extremely rich and exhaustive, filling several bookcases within any library. Hanafi scholars authored works of jurisprudence with different goals, objectives, and audiences in mind. The diversity of goals, objectives, and intended audiences has helped produce a wide spectrum of fiqh literature. Some scholars would focus on authoring comprehensive works that cover the entire corpus of jurisprudence, like Mukhtasar al-Quduri. It has ibadat, has mu'amalat, has hudud and jinayat, etc. It covers everything that's mentioned in Islamic law. While others focused on one specific issue or a few specific issues, like Nur al-Idah. Right? Nur al-Idah only covers tahara ibadat. Right? Ascent to felicity only covered tahara ibadat, dhabh, and as-sayd. Certain jurists simply compiled and organized the most authoritative positions within the school without mentioning the textual and rational proofs, while others added the textual and rational proofs. Some scholars produced legal manuals that could be used by muftis, judges, and the average person. while others wrote exhaustive commentaries on them. Scholars also focused on comparative fiqh. They would present the Hanafi position along with the positions of the other schools, sometimes mistakenly, and then demonstrate why they felt the Hanafi position was the strongest through textual and rational proofs. The efforts of all these amazing scholars has produced a library of Hanafi works that one can spend an entire lifetime reading, studying, and mastering. Literally, you can spend your entire life immersed in the ocean of Hanafi fiqh, and it will take you a lifetime to not only read those works, but to study them, to understand them correctly and properly. Now, as a result of these efforts, a number of different genres of fiqh literature within the Hanafi school were produced, and this chapter will examine the most common genres of fiqh literature within the madhab. So first and foremost, foundational works. Abu Hanifa, rahimahullah, did not leave behind a legacy of written works, but he did leave behind a legacy of students who recorded, codified, and carried on his teachings. The tradition of writing and recording started from the earliest days of the school with Abu Hanifa's direct students, Abu Yusuf, Muhammad ibn al-Hasan al-Shaybani, and al-Hasan ibn Ziyad. As mentioned earlier, Imam Muhammad rahimahullah assumed the responsibility of narrating the fiqh of his two teachers, Abu Hanifa and Abu Yusuf rahimahumullah, and compiling them, along with his positions, into the most important and earliest works of the madhab, known as Zahirul Riwayah. Right, and this is something that I want everyone to not only understand, but to know. That within the Hanafi madhab, we have something known as Zahirul Riwayah. And Zahirul Riwayah, it refers to 6 books that were compiled and authored by Imam Muhammad. Imam Muhammad ibn Hasan al-Shaybani rahimahullah, the direct student of Abu Hanifa, he compiled and authored 6 books. These 6 books are called Zahirul Riwayah, and they are representative of the opinions of Abu Hanifa. Right? In these 6 books, he's compiling and collecting the opinions of Abu Hanifa, also those of Abu Yusuf, and even his own. And these 6 books are Al-Jami'u al-Saghir, Al-Jami'u al-Kabir, Al-Ziyadat, Al-Siyar al-Saghir, Al-Siyar al-Kabir, and Al-Mabsut. Right? All of us should know this off the top of our heads. That in the Hanafi madhab, we have something known as Zahirul Riwayah. Zahirul Riwayah is a term that refers to the 6 books that were authored and compiled by Imam Muhammad. Right? Al-Jami'u al-Saghir, Al-Jami'u al-Kabir, Al-Ziyadat, Al-Siyar al-Saghir, Al-Siyar al-Kabir, and Al-Mabsut. We can understand Zahirul Riwayah as the foundational works of the Hanafi school. These 6 books are considered to be the foundation of the madhab. And all the other major works of the school trace their roots back to them. So even Quduri, you can trace its roots back to where? Zahirul Riwayah. What we're studying now, Al-Ikhtiyar, you can trace the roots back to Zahirul Riwayah. Al-Hakim al-Shaheed rahimahullah, a very famous Hanafi jurist who passed away in the year 334, he summarized these 6 books in a work which he called Al-Kafi. Al-Kafi, the sufficient. Basically, it's a summary of these 6 books that were authored by Muhammad ibn al-Hasan al-Shaybani rahimahullah. All right, now primers, mutun, and abridgments, mukhtasarat. Mutun is the plural of the word matan, which literally means text or text of a book. When used in the context of literature, it refers to a relatively short and simple book that's used as a primer. Like Mukhtasar al-Quduri is a matan. Right? It's a short primer. Mukhtasarat is the plural of the word mukhtasar, and mukhtasar is the ism al-maf'ul from the verb ikhtasara yakhtasiru ikhtasir ikhtisaran, which means to shorten, condense, or to abridge. So mukhtasar is usually translated as an abridgment, and it refers to a concise book that's abridged from a longer book or several books that's also used as a primer. Within the Hanafi madhab, mutun and mukhtasarat are some of the most important and practical works that have been authored. Right? Within the Hanafi school of thought, these mutun, these mukhtasarat are among the most important, the most significant books to be authored because they're concise yet comprehensive, covering the majority of topics that are discussed within fiqh. Generally speaking, the objective of these works is to compile the rules that are meant to be practiced, followed, and implemented. That's the purpose of the matan. That's the purpose of the mukhtasar. That these are the rules of Islamic law that are meant to be practiced, followed, and implemented. So the authors would focus on compiling the rules that are chosen for practice, which would be Zahirul Riwayah and the Mufta Bihi. So these mutun, these mukhtasarat, they are representative of the opinions that are found in Zahirul Riwayah. And the Zahirul Riwayah is the basis for the Mufta Bihi in the Hanafi madhab. The fatwa is given on the opinions that are found in Zahirul Riwayah, usually. Now, some of these were authored for the average person to have a manual that they could follow in their daily lives, teaching them the practical rules of tahara, salah, Sawm, zakah, hajj, nikah, talaq, buyur. Others were authored for students of knowledge and scholars to study and teach in order to be familiar with the rules that have been chosen for practice and fatwa. Some mutun were authored for judges to use as a manual to decide cases that were brought before them. The main purpose of these primers and abridgments was to identify the rulings that were to be followed and practiced by the school, which were primarily the Zahirul Riwayah. Now, I have a list of 13 books that are considered to be important, and each of them builds upon the previous, and I mentioned them in chronological order in terms of when their authors were alive. But out of those, there are 3 or 4 that are given primacy. There are 3 or 4 mutun and mukhtasarat that are given utmost importance in the madhab. They're known as al-mutun al-thalatha or al-mutun al-arba'. Right? The 3 primers or the 4 primers refers to mutun that gained prominence and popularity among scholars and students of the madhab because they were reliable representations of the Zahirul Riwayah. Right? Zahirul Riwayah is it's 6 books. Reading those and studying those is going to be what? Very, very difficult. So instead of that, they made these mutun that represent the Zahirul Riwayah. And they focus on the positions that were chosen for fatwa and practice. These works are considered to be accurate representations of the official positions of the madhab. And the 4 primers, al-mutun al-arba'a are, number 1, wiqayatul riwayah fi masail al-hidayah. This is basically an abridgment. This is a summary of al-hidayah. It's called wiqayatul riwayah fi masail al-hidayah. It's an abridgment of al-hidayah. Number 2, al-mukhtar lil-fatwa by Imam al-Mawsili. This is the matan of the commentary that we're studying this year. Number 3, Majma'ul Bahrain wa Multaqa al-Nahrain. And number 4, Kanzul Daqa'iq. And the 3 primers are Mukhtasarul Quduri, Wiqayatul Riwayah fi Masail al-Hidayah, and then Kanz al-Daqa'iq. So what we'll do for today is we will just read the introduction to Al-Mukhtar al-Fatwa and then Ikhtiyar. And then we'll stop for today, inshallah. Pull it back up. There you go. Bismillah. So in your book, the way your edition is structured is that on the top of the page, that is the matan. Right? The top of the page is the matan. That is Al-Mukhtar lil-Fatwa by Imam al-Mawsili. The bottom is the commentary, Al-Ikhtiyar. So we are going to be reading the commentary because it includes the matan in it anyways. Right? We're going to be reading through the commentary because it includes the matan in it anyways. But we are going to read the muqaddimah of each separately. So let's first read the Muqaddama or the Muqaddima of Mukhtar, and then we'll read the Muqaddima of Ikhtiyar. And basically in the Muqaddima, he explains why he wrote the book. Right? He explains why he wrote the book and basically how it's structured. So Muqaddimatul Mukhtar. Go ahead and continue, yeah? Ziyan, bismillah. It's pretty, keep going.
مقدمة المختار. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله على أحمده على جميل وأشكره على جميل بلائه، وأشهد أن لا إله إلا هو شهادة أعدها ليوم لقائه، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله سيد رسله وخاتم أنبيائه صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه وأحمده على أن جعلني ممن سنن سنته واقتفاه وورد شريعة شرعه فرواه حمد من غفرته نعمه وعمته عطاياه.
وبعد فقد رغب إلي. What do you have next?
مقدمة الاختيار.
Okay, so turn the page. So just the top part.
وبعد فطلب مني من وجب جوابه علي أن أجمع له مختصرا على مذهب الإمام أبي حنيفة رضي الله عنه وأرضاه، مختصرا على مذهبه معتمدا فيه على فتواه فجمعت له هذا المختصر كما طلبه وتوخاه وسميته المختار للفتوى لأنه اختاره أكثر الفقهاء وارتضاه، ولما حفظه جماعة من الفقهاء واشتهر وشاع بينهم ذكره وانتشر، طلب مني بعض الأولاد بني أخي الوجباء أن أغمزه رموزا يعرف بها مذاهب بقية الفقهاء لتكثر فائدته وتعم عائدته، فأجبته إلى طلبه وبادرت إلى تحصيل بغيته بعد أن استعنت بالله تعالى وتوكلت عليه واستغفرته وفوضت أمري إليه وجعلت لكل اسم من أسماء العلماء حرفا يدل عليه من حروف الهجاء وهي لأبي يوسف ولمحمد ولهما وزفر ولا الشافعي والله سبحانه وتعالى أسأل أن يتوفقني لإتمامه ويختم لي بالسعادة عند اختتامه إنه ولي ذلك والقادر عليه وهو حسبي.
نعم. ونعم الوكيل. So this is the muqaddimah of the matan itself. Right? This is the muqaddimah of the matan, which again is called Al-Mukhtar lil-Fatwa. The matan that Imam al-Mawsili wrote, he titled it Al-Mukhtar lil-Fatwa. And this is the muqaddimah for that. So we're just going to read it quickly, right? Alhamdulillahi ala jazili na'ma'ihi. All thanks and praise are for Allah upon His abundant blessings. Ahmaduhu ala jalili ala'ihi. And I praise and thank Him for His amazing favors. Wa ashkuruhu ala jamili bala'ihi. And I express gratitude to Him for His beautiful gifts. Wa ashhadu an la ilaha illahu. And I bear witness, I testify that there's no ilah except for Him. Shahadatan u'idduha liyawmi liqa'i. A testimony that I have prepared for the day that I meet Him. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. And I testify, I bear witness that Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam is His slave and His messenger. Sayyidu rusulihi, the leader of His messengers. Wa khatamu anbiya'ihi, and the seal of His prophets. Sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa asfiyaihi. Wa ahmaduhu ala an ja'alani mimman salaka sanana sunnatihi waqtafa. And I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and praise Him for making me among those who traverse the path of His sunnah and has followed it. وَوَرَدَ الشَّرِيعَةَ شَرْعِهِ. And I have come to the place of His sharia, فَرَوَّاهُ. And I benefited from it. حَمْدَ مَنْ غَمَرَتْهُ نِعَمُهُ وَعَمَّتْهُ عَطَايَا. The praise of one whose blessings have covered the person and his gifts have enveloped him. وَبَعْدُ. Right, that's just basically, that's the what we call the khutbah. Right, that is the hamd and as-salah and salam. Alhamdu was-salatu was-salam. وَبَعْدُ فَقَدْ رَغِبَ إِلَيَّ مَنْ وَجَبَ جَوَابُهُ عَلَيْهِ أن أجمع له مختصرا في الفقه على مذهب الإمام الأعظم أبي حنيفة النعمان رضي الله عنه وأرضاه. Someone whose response is wajib upon me. Someone who responding to him is mandatory upon me, requested me to compile for him an abridgment, a mukhtasar, a short work, right? A short work on the fiqh upon the madhab of Imam A'zam Abi Hanifa al-Nu'man radiyallahu anhu Allah. Muqtasiran fihi ala madhabihi. Limiting myself in it to his opinion, only his opinion. Mu'tamidan fihi ala fatwa. Relying upon his fatwas in it only. So that was the request. One of his students basically made this request that can you please compile a book that has the opinions of whom? Abu Hanifa. And this book should be a mukhtasar. It should be short. It should be brief. And it should only have the opinions of Abu Hanifa, no one else. فَجَمَعْتُ لَهُ هَذَا الْمُخْتَصَرَ كَمَا طَلَبَهُ وَتَوَخَّاهُ. So I wrote this mukhtasar for him, just as he requested and wanted. وَسَمَّيْتُهُ الْمُخْتَارُ لِلْفَتْوَى. And I titled it Al-Mukhtar lil-Fatwa. What's Al-Mukhtar? What type of sigha is that? What type of ism? Is Al-Mukhtar the ism al-fa'il? Is it the ism al-maf'ul? Al-Mukhtar is the ism al-fa'il, ism al-maf'ul.
مفعول.
Ismul maf'ul, good. Right? So the chosen, right? The chosen positions for fatwa. That's what his book title is. The chosen positions for fatwa. Al-Mukhtar lil-Fatwa. Why? لأنه اختاره أكثر الفقهاء وارتضاه. Because the majority of jurists of the Hanafi madhab chose it and were approved of it. They chose it and approved of these positions. So he says, I'm calling it al-Mukhtar lil-Fatwa. ولما حفظه جماعة من الفقهاء واشتهر. And when a group of scholars memorized it and preserved it, واشتهر, and this work became popular. وشاع ذكره بينهم وانتشر. And the mention of this work became widespread and popularized. طلب مني بعض أولاد بني أخي النجباء أن أرمزه رموزا يعرف بها مذاهب بقية الفقهاء لتكثر فائدته. Basically, when this book Al-Mukhtar al-Fatwa became widespread and common, became popular, right? One of the children of like the nobles, meaning one of my students, basically asked me to put indications, rams, rumuz, right? To put like symbols through which they could know the opinions of the other fuqaha. لِتَكْثُرَ فَائِدَتُهُ, so that the benefit of my book becomes more. وَتَعُمَّ عَائِدَتُهُ فَأَجَبْتُهُ إِلَى طَلَبِهِ. So I responded to his request. وَبَادَرْتُ إِلَى تَحْصِيلِ بُغْيَتِهِ بَعْدَ أَنَ اسْتَعَنْتُ بِاللَّهِ وَتَوَكَّلْتُ عَلَيْهِ وَاسْتَخَرْتُهُ وَفَوَضْتُ أَمْرِي إِلَيْهِ وَجَعَلْتُ لِكُلِّ اسْمٍ مِنْ أَسْمَاءِ الْفُقَهَاءِ حَرْفًا. For every faqih, right, I appointed a letter. يَدُلُّ عَلَيْهِ, that will basically refer to that faqih from the alphabet. وَهِيَ لِأَبِي يُوسُف سِين. So in the matan, when you see the word seen, it's highlighting that in this mas'ala, Abu Yusuf disagrees. It's highlighting that Abu Yusuf does what? He disagrees with it. وَلِمُحَمَّدٍ مِيم. When you see the letter mim, that means Imam Muhammad does what? Disagrees. وَلَهُمَا. For both Abu Yusuf and Muhammad, meaning if the sahiban both disagree, he puts sin mim. وَلِزُفَرْ زَا. And for Imam Zufar the za, وَلِشَافِعِ fa. وَاللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ وَتَعَالَى أسأل أن يوفقني لإتمامه ويختم لي بالسعادة عند اختتامه إنه ولي ذلك والقادر عليه وهو حسبي ونعم الوكيل. Right, that is the introduction to the matan, Al-Mukhtar al-Fatwa. Make sense? Clear? All right. We'll stop here for today. Inshallah, after next week, right, after Dr. Akram's class, we will do the Muqaddimah al-Ikhtiyar. So for next week, Dr. Akram's session is going to be from 9 to 1. It's going to be from 9 to 1. If you can be here in person, that will be great. If not, then please do sign up through Neo. Sign up through Neo so you have the link to join, inshallah. Right, you can sign up through it. It's free for all the seminary students, so you can have the link. But if you come in person, it'll be much better. And we are going to cover the Muqaddimah of Sahih Muslim. Right? And it'll be a nice introduction to Sahih Muslim. It'll be a nice to sit with someone who's considered to be one of the leading hadith scholars of our time. Right? He might have his own interesting views regarding some topics and some fiqh positions and things like that, but in terms of hadith, he is the foremost expert, or one of the foremost experts in our time, alhamdulillah. So we're going to have the opportunity to sit with him and learn from him, and then we'll resume regular class the following week from the 16th, inshallah. All right. Now you have from 7:30 to 9 that's still open, and I think most teachers are still going to have class for that. And most of your instructors will have regular class still from 7:30 to 9, and then they'll stop at 9 and we'll join Dr. Akram, inshallah. All right.
Sheikh, sorry, I had a question.
Bismillah.
This document we're reading from now, do we have a physical copy of the book or is it PDF?
Yeah, I think this is the ikhtiyar.
There's 3 volumes, isn't the first one?
This is the first volume.
Okay.
This is the first volume, and it's what page is it?
30. So the one we just read was
Yeah.
37 and 80.
30. It starts on page 37. And
Okay,
volume-
so okay.
Right, inshallah.
Yeah, they have this on too.
Which one? Ikhtiyar? All right, so I'll see everyone next week, inshallah. وصلى اللهم على نبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.